I was, yeah. We were saying how they still use a password to get into the Foundry, even though the passwords have been removed ages ago. Yeah. All right. And I'm need to go grab one of the things. I forgot to make dinner until like right now, and I looked at all the times that were required. So, I guess to think about your thing for the start of the session,
Mhm.
because usually one person forgets.
Yeah, I'm gonna take this time to also grab something to eat because I also haven't eaten anything. Be right back.
I just ate, but I could eat again.
I'm gonna go and grab something to eat.
Was that everyone?
Okay, fuck you. I can go get food too if you'd like, but
I wasn't sure because I sort of was half listening at first, so I wasn't sure if when Peyton went to get food, someone else had already gone. And then Theo said he was also going, so I wasn't sure if you had gone before Peyton or not at all. It was one of the two.
no, not at all.
All right.
Realistically, I probably should.
All right, I've returned.
Oh, I see. Well, Peyton and Theo have both gone to grab some food, Mitchell.
Okay, that's good. Stirring up one, and then I have another 10 minutes, I think. 12, something like that. At least based on the timer on the machine.
We have 12 minutes, like max.
Well, until I'm steaming dumplings, so frozen dumplings. So we went to the Asian market last Saturday. That sounds right. Yeah, because we went to our barber and came back and went there. So I got shrimp and chicken dumplings. They're only about, I don't know, the size of a $50. Big quarter. Not very big, but they are delicious.
Gotcha. Well, Jake, now might be the perfect time for grabbing food.
Mm-hmm.
You got a problem with that?
No.
Problem with what?
A problem with it being a good time to get food?
Yeah.
No.
Weirdo.
If you want food, go get it.
No.
No.
Fuck you say, Mitchell?
Right.
Not that I don't want food, but I have but like, how cringe, you know?
Mm.
Yeah, Mitchell gets it. That was a Jake's an idiot kind of but he gets it.
At one time, I did basically invent a whole grunting language just so, partially to annoy my family, but they picked up on it pretty quick, though. Wow, Crawl is for dirt cheap right now. Only 3 people own it. What the heck? Pixel art co-op / versus game that I played a whole bunch when I was playing the indie in person. Was fun.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
All right, how we doing?
Doing.
Doing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Did Jake end up going to get food?
No.
No. She got very quiet for a moment.
Silence is golden.
But
Are
we're all
people
here
here?
now.
I'm here.
Are
you
back,
here?
but I don't think we should be.
We're all here.
I'll be right back. I gotta check this out.
Hmm?
What?
My parents should be gone. Who knows?
I think Payton is going to clear out his property.
Some varmints have drifted in.
Mm-hmm.
What if they're like shrimp people?
It probably wouldn't take very long to clear then.
Are you kidding me? I said shrimp people, not just shrimp.
Yeah.
They'd be dynamite.
What are shrimp people?
People are probably vulnerable to guns.
You would think so, right? But it's like they're vulnerable to like harpoon guns, you know?
If you can trick one into like bending backwards, it might snap in half.
Dude, what about like a Swiss cheese person? How are you gonna beat him with a gun?
Ooh, that's good because the more you shoot him, the stronger he gets.
Like Swiss cheese, its structural integrity increases when you shoot it.
That's
Mhm.
right.
You know, for cheese people, you need knives.
Right.
Come
Why
on.
do you think they add those?
You know, I probably should get some food, huh?
Mm.
Get some food, man.
Got a problem, Lumpy?
Get some food, man.
Alright, well, Peyton's back, so now I'm gonna go get some food.
Mitchell's being sabotaged.
Sorry, but I just heard what sounded like a and everyone should have been gone. So it made me a little bit nervous.
Mm-hmm. Been learning about Forgotten Beasts and whatnot for tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Friday, Saturday.
Spoilers.
I actually learned about another like big long fortress that someone did that they I don't remember why. I think I was looking at something unrelated and I ended up looking at something for the underworld and some person was like, "Hey, by the way, yes, someone made an entire glass fortress in the underworld." Not starting down there, starting on the surface and freaking kicking in the underworld's door with booted heel and I believe something like 200 years worth of freaking dragons.
Mm.
Hmm.
Yep. It turns out demons are also very, very lethally afflicted by dragons.
Yeah, it turns out dragons kind of pretty good.
Yeah. I think they're earth dragons, if I remember correctly, or something like that. They're more like drakes, but
Turns
Mad
out Earth
Queen.
Dragon is still a fucking dragon.
yeah.
Scary.
But kind of like oh goodness, what's the one with the elephants? There's a big long like dwarven fortress that a bunch of different people basically worked on collaboratively. Like you got to play for a year and then you gave off to another person. What the hell is that fortress called?
I don't know.
Unknown.
I don't remember. I just remember elephants as they set up on like some sort of very wild area, and elephants in Dwarf Fortress are terrifying because of the way the game does damage and combat like setup. So the bigger you are, the more likely you are to win a fight.
Uh-huh.
And elephants are very big. I'm trying to remember the name of it. I want to say murder something, and I know that's wrong. I could look it up, but I'm not going to do that.
Research is for losers.
Let me see if I can just write in. Elephants were famed as cold, emotionless, and highly effective dwarf killing machines. Yep. Powered by the devil himself. Yep, exactly. Holy heck, yeah, no, elephants are big in comparison to dwarves. Oh, that was not what I wanted to look it up for. Because that's not surprising. Hmm.
We could get Octopath because it's on sale, or we could get Earth Defense Force 5.
Have you played 4, Theo?
I haven't. I don't have it.
All right. I can tell you it is very, very grindy. Its story, I would say, is a little better. It at least explains the main character's existence a little more, but it's more of the same. The mechanics are slightly tuned, but it's basically the same thing. It's not Iron Rain, where the story is actually a story.
So you know what? Earth Defense Force 4 is cheap enough. Maybe I'll just get.
Yeah, it's probably dirt cheap at this point. But the way Jake talks about it, Octopath sounds really good. And the game that came before, I think by the same creators, Bravely Default was really good.
I'm trying to figure out why is Octopath co-op or something?
Not that I can think of, but maybe.
I'm just trying to figure out why it's on sale.
It might just be on sale. Nope. Not what I wanted. Boat murdered. I did kind of remember it then. Yeah. It was basically just a whole bunch of people collaboratively making a fortress and then writing it kind of as like the, I can't remember, not the mayor, but the expedition leader or something like that. So they could leave their little piece.
I love the more like this for Octopath Traveler is Yakuza Like a Dragon, Final Fantasy 14 Online, and Omori, which is like.
I mean, they have pieces of all of those, sure, but not like much. Freaking Omori's a messed up game. It looks cool though.
I briefly watched Regal play some of it, and then he went off without my witnessing, and I'm pretty sure beat the game or stopped playing. Not sure which. Curse him.
Why is Octopath off? I don't know.
Don't know.
No, Echo is still not.
I thought it. Oh wait,
Or Eco,
is it a
probably.
Square Enix game?
I think so.
Okay, that's why. Yeah, developer Square Enix, because there's a Square Enix sale.
It was very odd to see that Dota Dragon's Blood thing on earlier today. It's like, are we having a new Dota? No, it's just an anime. That's all. Don't worry about it. Because I was wondering if they made like a single player or something. Because that's kind of what it looked like. Because I don't think we're going to have a Dota 3 for still quite a while. It's lasted too long. Well, look at that. Castle Crashers is freaking heavily on sale. My siblings still remember this game. They don't play video games basically at all, but they still remember Castle Crashers. I don't blame them. It's a fun game.
Maybe I'll get.
Back.
Oh, How to Survive is wicked on sale too. Morgan's been freaking playing that with her boyfriend. Like, yeah, this is really good. I've not heard that about it, but people seem to be agreeing. The How to Survive. It's a zombie survival game with building and whatnot. I think it's based on the How to Survive books series. I saw someone play it. I haven't looked too carefully, but it looks like it's gotten better from when I last looked. Also, welcome back, Jake. All right. I'm going to go grab the last thing, and then we can get rolling. So let me pull up the character information stuff. At some point, I need to remind this thing which one to go with. There we go. Huh. Well, I'm thinking of it. I'm almost done with book 2 of the Stormlight Archives. Almost done as in like page 800, but getting there.
Well, yeah, I mean that's like 80%.
They just fell down to the just like 3 or 4 chapters ago now. Fell down into the what the hell is it called? Holy heck!
Chasm.
Yeah, down into the chasms.
Mhm.
We just figured out about the symmetry because of a dream. I still love that that's how she's frickin' basing it on. But I'll be right back. I've gotten everything. Is everyone here?
Well, I am. I'll have to get up at some point to grab stuff from the because I just put stuff in the oven, so I'll have to get up in
Mm-hmm.
like 20 minutes or so. But
Yep. Also, Jake Theo was considering, was looking at Octopath Traveler. I don't know how much he was considering it.
yeah,
If you want to
should
sell
get it.
that.
It's a fantastic game, and I always say it's 50% off right now, right? So it's only $30.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I bought it for $40, and I considered it worth it. I wouldn't buy it for $60 though.
They have Chrono Trigger on Steam? Really? Huh. I didn't know that. Seeing as no one else is answering on the YouTube, I'm gonna guess Lumpy and Payden aren't here yet.
They're
No, I'm here.
dead.
I was trying to finish up a trial and hunt, and then I got fucking hit in the back of the head, and then I got poisoned instantly after, so the trial fucking failed anyway. Yep.
Sad.
Turns out, when you have the game muted, it's very hard to tell when something's about to smack you in the back of the head.
Yep. It definitely is. So I think we're just waiting on Lumpy, unless he's talking and not realize he's muted.
I'm big chillin'.
So that's everyone, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Prove it.
No.
I mean, if you guys need me to, I can go down the list, but I don't think that's necessary with 4 people.
No.
On the list. Excuse me, is the list not being gone down?
No?
All right, where were we?
We had just. I can't believe it's been so long. It felt like ages. We just slew a bunch of goblins.
Yep.
Thank Christ.
Joy.
They were holding up a wagon. Isn't this excellent, Give? Oyeko couldn't cuck us out of a good goblin killing.
Oyeko couldn't cuck us out of a good time.
Yeah.
Those guys actively wanted to die.
Yeah.
I gave
And they
them
did.
every opportunity, and they're like, nah. This looks like a good dying angle.
And it was.
Not everyone is smart enough to look at the rope someone's handing them and actually take it. Some people
Listen,
are more
when you're
interested
working with
in other-
goblins, you
I
give
would
them
argue
just
that
enough
they
rope to hang themselves.
handily took the rope.
Yeah.
They tied it themselves.
True.
All right. I'm going to guess you guys have already seen all of the things since you all posted it this time.
Yeah.
So, yep. You guys were on. I believe, yeah, we finished right after you guys had
that'd be
kind of
kinda
chatted with the halfling.
Yep.
Were you guys? I think you were headed back to the road at that point, if I recall.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Or the path that you were following. Since technically you walked on this road to help this guy out, but it wasn't actually the path you were following. Oh yeah,
we could have just looked at him and then went and kept going.
Yeah. You guys are about 3 out of the 5 days from at least what I'm setting up. Yeah. So, yeah, you guys make it back to your path and continue down it then.
Yep.
So,
Continuing down the road of truth.
Kind of hinting if we don't continue down it at this point.
Running it down the road.
I mean, you've been following it for 3.5 days. So.
We've changed our minds. Saving the world is
We've changed our mind. We're going to the elves.
The world ain't worth it.
Yeah, fuck
Soup
this
and
place,
shake.
actually.
Saving me
Yeah,
with
it's
the
not like
soup
you
and
guys are on
shake.
it or anything. Don't worry about it.
Well, you were the one who said it wasn't the world, just a significant portion of it. So as long as we don't fall within the significant portion of it, it's not a fucking problem, is it?
It's a very Oedipal quest where
That's what I said.
has to save
That
the
doesn't
world
mean
no matter
any of you
what.
guys have believed me up to this
Saves
point.
it.
So
No, I don't. Because anytime you trust a DM, they will inevitably abuse your trust.
I believe everything I am told.
Mhm.
You're an idiot.
Absolutely everything.
I am a lot more trusting towards DMs than a lot of players are.
See, I'm not trusting. I'm just a fucking idiot.
So, yep.
It's really a crapshoot as to whether or not I'll trust any given statement.
I would not trust me. I lie.
Yeah, we know.
My words.
I've been in the undead campaign. Ugh.
I think the undead campaign is less lying and more just what the hell is going on.
It's less lying and more of presenting things in a way to where they're entirely nonsensical. So you don't have to
Yeah.
actually lie because it's physically impossible to make sense of it anyway.
It's like looking at Cthulhu. He doesn't need to lie because freaking
don't-
heck, everything is already freaking screwed either way.
I think it's hit the point where I don't think even Theo knows half the time.
Eh, I think it would probably be less, but I don't know.
Less than half of the time. Theo knows what's happening. There's at least extensive documentation that I try to follow.
I know it's been
Yeah,
going
the
on
problem
for
is
so
the
long now.
trying part in there. If it's your own documentation, there shouldn't be much trying to follow.
Look, sometimes
It's
you
like
write notes
reading-
and they just go off on a tangent somewhere, and then you run. When you look back months, or in Theo's case, years later, it's like, what was I talking about again?
It's like reading
See, that
class
campaign's
notes
been
I
around
made
so
from, like,
long.
when I was 15.
Follow mine.
Were those class notes the ones written in cursive, Theo, or are they actually written?
Yeah, they're definitely.
I see.
Cursive.
Because Peyton, do you know how Russian cursive looks? Like someone just took a
Yes.
pen and then went scribble, 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 scribble.
Yeah, it looked like someone
that's
was
Theo's
trying
writing.
to fucking write with like
swear.
Parkinson's.
I don't know how Theo reads it because I've looked at it in freaking like one or two letters and words I can pick out, but it is freaking cryptography. It might as well be.
What's extra fucked is like I started translating some letters in Spanish from like my great whatever, and those things are completely unreadable, and I was so mad at this guy for not like spelling things clearly and whatever, another word for clearly. And now I sort of feel bad for what I've done.
I mean, if you're the only one reading it, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
But
these are letters for someone else. Someone else had to read that too. In Spanish. These are all Scotsmen.
That's fair. So, following the path. Yay. The other half of the day, since you guys did pause at around midday, I think actually closer to 1, but you continue down the path and the night ends before you reach the end of it, as before. Night ends. The day ends, freaking hell.
That was running through my head for a few seconds. I was like, something's off.
Yeah. So, I'm guessing you guys are setting watches as usual.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. First watch.
I mean, I'm
Second
going to
watch.
just save you guys the rolls because nothing is going to happen in this watch.
We're so good at watching.
Spoiler alert! Come on.
Mitchell,
The-
what happens during the night?
What happens during the first watch?
A lot of moon stuff and sleeping. Yay.
Alright,
Well,
what
at least
about
there are
second
2
watch?
moons.
What about second watch then?
I mean, moons don't change throughout the night. They are static as far as the number and the actual moon, but
Aurora Borealis.
They don't like move across the
no,
sky.
there is no aurora borealis tonight.
Oh, so the moons don't rotate. Do they slide across the night sky?
They move across the night sky, but they don't all of a sudden change the number and which moon is up.
Oh,
They otherwise move normally.
I thought for a second that they all had like fixed places.
No.
They actually just appear.
Yep. It's not
Guess they're all
Lancer. We
watching
don't have
all-
moons that are freaking teleporting. Or what is it? The Outer Worlds, where that does happen. There's a moon in that game where if you look away from it, including while you're in your spaceship, which is very hard if you're landing because you kind of have to be facing horizontal from it, meaning you can't land on it. At least I'm assuming without some sort of tech or whatever.
It could be
But
like
the
a
moment your head
mirror.
turns away, the moon vanishes and reappears somewhere else.
Hmm.
And you can't lock on it. It's kind of annoying. The game is so full of weird freaking stuff, but it's so interesting. But,
This brings us to an interesting question about Maelstrom. Are all the moons the same distance away from the planet?
as far as you guys can tell, yeah, they're the same size.
So if
And
they're
they
the
don't
same
work
size,
like
they might not be the same distance away. Like one might be closer and smaller. Others might be farther and bigger.
mhm. They don't affect the tides much though.
Hmm.
That was actually something
God,
I
imagine
decided
how fucked
very,
the
very
tides would
early.
be if they did affect it.
That's
That'd be a
basically because
fucking
of how the
nightmare,
moons
bro.
are set up. Apparently, they don't freaking make the tides an absolute nightmare to measure. They basically they function as
Well,
if there were one moon,
they're
effectively.
kind of
for
like
the
tugging
tides.
in different directions, right? So it would be like a net
Yeah.
force on the oceans, which I guess
Mm.
tends to cancel out.
I mean, that would only be if they were all equidistant away and at an angle to where they are all canceling out each other's. If they're like slightly weighted to one side, then there'll still be tides.
Well, every so often you'll get like a mega tide when like they all line up. Like that would be
Just they
sick.
don't all line up.
That would
You know
only
they
be
don't
if
all line up.
they
Because there's always 1 to 3 out
yeah.
in the side in the moon. So
if they're all orbiting at different speeds and in different orbits, that could happen though in theory.
Mhm.
But you can't have that if they're all in the same orbit because then them all lining up would be a how you say cataclysmic event
So are
because they would
all on
fucking
the
slam
same-
into each other.
So they're not
they
on the
don't.
same orbital like path though, right? They're not like a conga line. Or are they?
Believe it or not, no one's thought to launch a rocket to go check.
No, I mean like we all rise and set in the same place.
You know how the moons are
Same
in
single place?
on or moons. The suns are on Tatooine, where they're kind of all near each other. Well, the two. The moons kind of do the same thing. If they're 1 to 3, they all kind of rise in the same general place, and if they fall, they're not always in the same they're not in a triangle shape or anything like that. But
I mean, how can you have 3 moons that are not in a triangle shape?
because they're not,
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Each moon would be a point on the triangle. No matter where you put the 3 moons, they would make a triangle.
What if they're
Okay.
in a straight line?
I guess that's fair. But they don't ever make a equidistant triangle.
Okay, but what the sense I'm getting
An
is they run
equilateral
kind of as a
triangle?
cluster, not as like a line.
Yeah,
I'm waiting for the grand finale of Mitchell's campaign where all the moons get like fused into one. The Omni Moon.
The Omni-Moon.
It's gonna be the end of Majora's Mask all over again. No.
Jake, we need you to do what
And
you
the
do
moon
best.
fall. You guys have
We
the
need you
moon
to
fall
blow up
on
the
you.
moon.
That's the final boss of the game, and we gotta go blow up the Omni Moon. Looking like Bruce Willis in that one movie.
Armageddon.
Yup, that's the one.
That movie's sick.
Is it? Is sick the word of choice you would use to describe Armageddon?
It's wild.
Look, there are some movies that are really bad and they're still funny. Face Off is a brilliant example. That movie's awful, but it's hilarious at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, that
Like,
shit
what
was
if
so
we
funny.
make Nick Cage pretend to be John Travolta the whole time? And we also make John Travolta pretend to be Nick Cage.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It'll be
Jesus.
freaking stupid, but hilarious at the same time.
Metal prison, magnet boots.
So
That's Face Off, right?
maybe it's been quite a while since I watched that. I think the one and only time I ever have was at the end of high school, which was I want to say almost 7 years ago,
300,000 years ago.
8
give or
years ago
take.
now.
Mm-hmm.
So
Like at the Library of Alexandria.
What was it like before the Tower of Babel fell?
mm,
Well, we all had one language.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was a lot easier.
it's kind of consistent. Nice.
And was the only problem that they built a big tower that was getting a little too close to heaven, or was there some other problems? I don't remember.
I don't even think it was
Yeah,
getting
just
close.
poor
to heaven.
foundation. I feel like they just like fucking
Oh,
put on a
it was like a problem up
it
in
didn't
poor
fall over.
foundation.
Yeah.
They
Look,
didn't
someone
use the
fucked
fucking
up,
cables.
and then freaking everything started breaking. Don't worry about
Dude.
it.
I love my favorite part of that is like God's like, oh fuck. They're gonna try to build a tower to heaven. No, you know what? I'm gonna make them not understand each other. Like that's the go-to solution. Not
Yeah.
like he has a big ass lightning bolt, just like blow it up or something. No. Now you can't understand each other. They're like, fuck, guess we can't build it.
Well, yeah, you could blow someone up, or you could just absolutely destroy their society to send a fucking message.
Oh, that shit is iconic to me.
I think actually, what was it? I made a vestige at one point that was kind of based on the Tower of Babel. I think it was a mix of that and what was it? Kind of the Central American, like Aztec and Mayan, kind of their ideals for giants and whatnot. And so, a specific giant basically got together with mortals and built a tower leading up to the gods. The gods, understandably, were kind of pissed. If I remember correctly, the way I had it set up was I think the tower got knocked down. Mortals kind of had a similar thing to the Tower of Babel. They were kind of scattered. And the giant was basically cursed to build the same tower over and over again until he died. No. He had to build 1,000 temples before he died.
Did he succeed?
Yeah. Then he died.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, the way I have it phrased is he placed like the last brick, or he was like just about to place the last brick, and then he died. And that's actually how his vestige shows up, as a very old man constantly building. The bricks kind of like burn away, or not burn, but they kind of break apart and fall away. So he's constantly building while you're discussing the binding. That was a fun thing. Same for Lozark. Lozark comes from that. A god that none of the other gods liked because they got jealous. Yeah. Don't exist. We don't have anything like that.
Well,
So,
I'm gonna check my food in the oven real quick.
mm-hmm.
Oh, he's doing that one over itself.
Right.
Fucking dying.
mod. I think it's gonna be pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Tell me, hit me with some features.
That will create so much chaos. You know the Google Translate things where people go, they'll take something and then push it through Google
Translate, like,
Translate a
83
bunch of
times,
times.
Yeah.
It'll be like that.
Yeah.
Thankfully, it won't be quite as bad.
You found familiar, genuine information.
Once in a while, it'll work. Ah, right, Zeltua. He wanted the human world building great works, pyramids, bridges, and other structures. Right, to build a massive pyramid to connect not only themselves, but humanity to the gods. So it was started. Mighty pyramid started to take shape. The ruling pantheon decided, frick that.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, they destroyed the building and cursed Zeltua to build 1,000 temples in their name. Yeah, he died right as the last brick was about to be laid. That was what how his story played out. I found Zeltua. What was that? I didn't realize Lozark was right next door. The Catcher of Stars and the Architect right now. That's actually fantastic. So, yep. No, you're back. We can continue. Yay. Morning comes. And with the morning comes, well, it was already cloudy, but the clouds seem to kind of drift a little lower in the sky. Or the wind starts to pick up.
Windy.
Which the clouds, at least for Johnny, mean it's almost home. As the lands of freaking heck, not Saltus, Brain, Rathiat, were constantly covered by at least a thin layer of clouds at almost all times. They have sunny days now and then, but there's a good reason why they plant mostly crops that don't care as much about sunlight, because they don't get as much of it. Yeah. Well, they should have less necromancers.
Whoa.
We hate necromancers.
What is wrong with you guys? I don't blame you for your country's weather.
I mean, you don't know what two of their countries' weather is like so far.
Yep.
And the other one is just hot and humid and awful all the time.
Yeah. It's because they don't have enough necromancers, apparently. According to racist Mitchell. Was it rain in England because of British people? I can't believe it.
It rains in English because the British are there.
Is that how it works, Theo?
According to Mitchell, it is.
I mean, Theo's the only one that's been there, as far as I know.
I've lived in England.
Well, apparently, you've left.
They kicked
As
me
for
out
that,
'cause it was raining.
seeing as our world doesn't have magic, Lumpy, no. I don't think certain groups of people probably affect weather patterns for the most part.
Got my eye on you, Mr. Mode.
Sacrifice your leg to fuck with the weather patterns, just to freak people out.
Yeah. I mean, there is control weather. It is a spell. I actually don't remember. What is that? Control weather. I'd have to look. I don't even think it's level 5. But regardless. Day is cloudy. Would you guys continue following the path? which for about the first 2 hours continues tromping through the same kind of lightly forested region you were traveling through, and more into a plains region that finally, at about 10, 11 or so, finally leads you back onto a road leading in the same direction. Which means you guys get some time out of the woods, which is good. Oh no, control weather is wicked freaking potent. Yep. Yeah,
Onwards and upwards.
the road has at least some travelers. You're probably close enough to civilization that other travelers from either bards or farmers, non-adventuring types for the most part. Though you guys do see smaller groups. Groups like yours, other adventurers, kind of traveling along the road. In both directions. Lands of Arathia are not exactly hostile for the most part. Well, so long as you don't piss off freaking undead.
Don't worry, now that we're here as player characters, Rathi's about to get a lot more hostile.
Yep. To give you guys at least a little bit of information, I think only Mo would probably not know this offhand. Well, as I said before, Arathia is always clouded, pretty much. There's exceptions, but for the most part, it's always clouded. It's like out of whatever the heck it is, not 30-day month, but out of most days of the month, the sun comes out maybe 2 to 3 times on average. It is very, very cloudy. It's not rainy per se. It does rain a fair bit, but it isn't. It's just kind of always overcast. Undead are very common. That doesn't necessarily mean they're always hostile. They're actually fairly commonly non-hostile. As the necromancers of Arathia have kind of learned, don't piss off the freaking forces of nature and they won't try and murder you. Because that's what happened with the king. And I guess third, which Mo would know this one, Arathia is kind of known for being a fairly neutral faction. They are definitely strong enough to ward off most of their neighbors, but they aren't overtly kind of hostile and conquering. Strong enough to hold off foes, but not all that interested in doing so. And I guess the fourth part that Johnny, in this in particular, you would know, but I would assume Oyeko and Guve probably wouldn't, and Mo would have no chance at knowing it. If you die in Arathia, there is a chance you come back as a skeleton. It's just a fact of how Arathia's soil and world in this area of the world work. No one really understands exactly how it works, but once in a while, corpses that die here, people that die here, their corpses will come back and turn into a skeleton. Sometimes as a reborn, sometimes just as a normal skeleton. AKA the non-intelligent sort. So, as you guys are walking down the road and kind of seeing some of the first very, very far outlying farms of Arathia itself, these are, I guess, more homesteads than real, like, attached to cities and whatnot. There are people that are kind of going out into the wilds. You see plenty of those, like, zombie creatures, the large, hulking things that are just under, well, not under control, but I guess they are, but under direction of the farmer, are currently, well, farming. At this point in the year, it's mostly harvest season, so they're harvesting stuff from the ground, beans and potatoes and other hardy crops. Not very much green, but it fulfills the duty. I mean, they're set away from the road. You see children and whatnot. Yep. There are not very many druids in Rathia, owed to its supernatural and undead nature. So, yep. But you see children; they're kind of running around near the road, different farmsteads, just kind of running on either side as well as like down the road, chatting with most of the groups, or just kind of running around them.
Children, enemy
Yours.
spotted.
Yeah.
What we're doing here.
Tracking.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The humans, blah. The children all seem to be human. The humans all seem to be children.
Fuck.
What happened here?
A hellish world, to be sure, and not a welcome one.
My brain barely caught that one. It's like, wait a minute, reorder those words before they're sent out. Yeah, as do the farmers. The undead, which of course Johnny can easily tell you guys are dregs, are all sorts of races, but they seem to be majority human.
It gets worse.
Hmm.
Even the children are children.
Hunter sense. Do the farmers have damage immunity resistances or vulnerabilities?
Yes,
All
they
of
have
them.
all of them.
Arrows
suck.
ricochet off.
They're neutrally vulnerable to weapons, and neutrally vulnerable to fire and acid and all of the other things. They're resistant and immune to none.
They're agnostic to the concept of defeat.
Well, we're about to fucking learn today.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, yes.
Yeah. Well, if you guys don't interact with the children, I mean, they don't really come up and talk to you guys in particular. They seem to be mostly sticking to other groups, the more merchant and, other farmers types. So, well, you guys are definitely interesting for certain, as you see them kind of throwing lots of curious glances your way. The children don't seem to be either brave enough or interested enough to come and seek you out. So they'll just watch you, but otherwise leave you alone.
Wide
I'm like
Yep.
smiling and waving and having a great time.
Children seem pretty happy.
All tracks.
No. Yeah. Thankfully, the tracks are still fairly easy to follow, even on like a road as well, quote unquote, heavily trafficked as this. They are, well, they're so oddly spaced out, as you know, that it's not hard to still kind of find one or two of them, even after most of them have been trampled in an area. You guys travel down the road, and at about 4 or 5, the sun's starting to go down, but hasn't quite passed from the horizon. You find a roadside inn.
How do you feel about sleeping indoors tonight?
Why? Perfectly safe out here. Unless any greenskins arrive.
It wasn't for safety, it was for comfort.
I'm back for real now.
All right.
It's not like I thought they were gonna get murdered in the middle of the night.
We murdering?
Children were looking at you while you were walking down the road, but otherwise nothing exciting has happened other than you guys have found a roadside inn.
Were those children at all similar to the one that I saw the other night? Aside from the fact that they're children. I mean,
similar to the ones you saw the other night? I don't believe so.
Okay.
I think those are different things.
Okay.
Could you remind me exactly? Because I'm struggling to think of exactly what children you were seeing.
The dancing ones.
Yeah, the dancing ones.
Fairy children.
That
You know,
weren't
these are
dead.
normal human children, so. I mean, they're dancing and whatnot, but they have big smiles on their faces and whatnot. They also
So
seem
the
to be
other ones
mostly
didn't
avoiding
leave
you.
them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they're as children do, throwing curious glances at weird outsiders, but
Mhm.
they seem, as I kind of told the rest of them, they seem to be mostly talking or interacting with other farmers or merchants or the like, other Arathians for certain. But yep, you guys just reached a roadside inn.
I was asking if we want to sleep there, and Johnny was saying why.
But what's it called?
That's a good question. Name is being generated. Give me 2 seconds.
He's not even using a name generator. It's just like there's a wheel in his head. It's just,
Once in a while, I will do that, but in this
That's
case, I
usually what
don't
I
care
do.
enough about the. I don't care enough about the end to name it something like that. All right. Oh, it's got the nice, pleasant name of Lane's End, and this one's actually written on the sign. It's not a picture. Two-story wooden building with windows, but they're just kind of they're not glass. They're just wooden slatted.
and how much are rooms here?
I don't know. You haven't gone inside. They
Yeah,
don't
oh,
have it
definitely
painted on the
not
outside
saying.
sign.
Yeah, I'll go in.
All right. Yep. The inside is quiet for an inn, anyway. They have some tables, the desk, as well as a bar kind of set into the back. Fireplace that's already burning away. But, well, there's a good number of people in here. They aren't talking very loudly. They're just kind of quietly discussing things. Well, you walk up to they have kind of the bar and their inn section kind of set in two different areas. The inn section is kind of a little desk set into the wall with the staircase leading upward next to it. And a older woman with a glum expression just is sitting behind the desk, scribbling away at something.
I mean, I'm not gonna do anything to get her attention.
Hmm.
When she
I'm
notices,
guessing
she'll notice.
standing in front of the table.
Yep, more or less.
After a moment, she kind of seems to notice you and looks up. Yes? Do you need something?
How much are rooms here?
Are you interested in a, well, side room or the main room?
Like main room?
Do you understand what that means?
No.
Not really.
The main room is communal. It's cheap, but if you want your own bed and, well, more than your own bed, I suppose. If you want privacy, then you'll need one of the side rooms.
Well, what
Which
are
are
the
more
prices?
expensive. For the main room, 5 copper a night. Per person. Side rooms are a silver a night. But if you squish, I suppose you can fit 2. There's only 1 bed, though.
I'll take a side room. If any of you want to stay with me, you can.
Hey, Silver, did you guys say before stable?
She just kind of, like, points at her, well, the man standing behind the counter discussing with one of the patrons. He can handle that. I just handle the rooms.
Talk to that man.
I dead ass forgot we had horses.
I didn't.
Yeah. By the way, you did not see a stable from kind of the front, but that doesn't mean they don't have a place like nearby or back. So, yep. Are you paying for a side room? Just before.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Do a copper room, communal room.
Imagine sleeping in a communal room, one idiot.
The man standing behind the counter is. Yeah. He's chuckling at the man who's talking to him. The man who's talking seems to be maybe another ranger or something. He at least has more outdoorsy garb, axe on his belt, a bow slung over his shoulder. They seem to be talking about some sort of kill or something. Are you just interrupting, or are you waiting for them to finish their conversation? All right.
I'm
Yeah.
polite at times.
Yeah. They talk for about another minute or so before the bartender seems to notice that you're standing there and just kind of pats the counter, points at you, says, "We got to take this. We'll discuss payment in a minute." The man just kind of nods and looks out amongst the crowd. And he steps over. It's just like literally a step over to you. So, looking for a drink or something else?
So we can keep our horses for the night, ideally.
Yeah, we got a stable. How many horses?
4.
And are you paying for feed, or do you want us to feed them?
You could feed them, that'd be great.
He nods. All right, 4 horses, feed. Kind of thinks about it for a moment, just kind of runs his finger along the counter. Just kind of, you'd think, probably drawing some symbols to do the math. I would say it's probably a gold all told.
Pay gold.
Yep. He nods. You see him kind of like wave at one of the people wandering around the tables. He points to you and then just kind of gestures for him to come over. The kind of younger man, barely really even a man. He's probably not even 15 yet. Just kind of walks over. And he just kind of tells you that, or tells the boy, this one has horses. You go about stabling and feeding them. Does he need to see where the horses are, or he's kind of asking you?
I'll just lead into them.
Yep.
I will go do that, and I will warn him about the bastard horse.
Yep. The kid nods. I've been dealing with horses for a while, but that one certainly sounds like a handful. Yep, so you guys do that. What about Johnny? What is he doing?
Common room. Find a barkeep and get a nice Rathian ale. None of those swirly other countries have, pretending to be a Rathian. Nah, some real Rathian ale. Good stuff.
Yeah. So, while you're doing that, what is the deal for Oyeko and Mo? Are you guys having a drink, having some food, going up
What
to rest?
time is it? Yeah. It's pretty late,
still
right?
Fairly early in the day, at least in comparison. You guys probably would have traveled for another couple hours.
By early in the day, are we talking like noon or are we talking like 5 p.m.?
We would have traveled a couple more hours, he says.
Yeah.
Oh.
So 4 to 5.
Okay.
In that case, Oyeko will just take a little time sort of wandering the city.
I mean, it's not the city. It's a roadside inn. There is no more city.
Oh, for some reason I thought you said we arrived at the city.
Nope.
No, in that case, she doesn't need anything to drink. She's just gonna head to her room.
Like, the closest other building is a building set away from the road a little bit, which, by the way, just so happens to be the stables.
Mm.
But other than that, there's a couple of other homesteads, like homes and, in one case, the start of a barn, with the other one having finished their barn, which is hundreds of feet away, like half a mile and a mile down the road. This hasn't quite sprung up into a settlement quite yet, but it might be the heart of one, given time.
Rat.
So, Johnny, you walk up to the barkeep, who gives you a rare smile. Ah, another Arathian, eh?
It's
Traveling
good.
from where?
Well, I'm sorry, I missed it. Is he asking where I'm traveling from?
Yeah.
Oh, traveling from Twin Oaks at the moment.
Which is where exactly? I don't recognize the name.
Not a rat. It's not important.
He shrugs. Fair enough, I suppose. Don't mean to pry, just curious where you come from.
Oh, it was Twin Oaks Falchion?
No, that was part of the 10 followers. The moons.
Oh, we're out of the 10 followers at the moment.
Interesting folks, from what I've heard.
Interesting for sure. I don't know. It's good to be
So,
home.
indeed. Good for you to be back. Now, I'm assuming you have more to drink about than talk about today. What can I get you?
Well, gonna be having some food after I finish this ale here. What fare you carry?
It's pretty good now. We just started getting some of our neighbors' crops in. Plus, if you wait an hour maybe, I'll be able to rustle up some venison for you.
Oh,
He just kind of pats the counter next to the man who's still sitting there, just looking away. Been discussing the payments for this one right here. Good haul. The man doesn't turn around and do anything. He just kind of keeps staring out into the crowd.
yeah, fair enough. Well, don't want to interrupt your negotiations, but I would happily wait and drink and have some venison, if and when it's available.
He nods. No, I'll get right on that.
My thanks.
They do, by the way, have two kinds of Arathian ale. A kind of stronger one, which is a little more expensive. The normal one is only like 3 copper, and that one's
I'm getting a
5.
stronger one. Where else can I get it?
Eh?
Who
It
knows?
is
I might
significantly stronger than the average. So,
yeah, well, I might get drunk, you know?
mm-hmm. So, as for, well, you're just wandering around, so you definitely spot Gouvet wandering around, leading the horses with the boy up to the tavern. Or up to the tavern. God damn. My brain is apparently not working today.
Need a horse for the tavern.
Yeah, up to
But
the
you
station.
can't bite a nail.
But I mean, otherwise, it's a plain. You can see some small groups of trees kind of vaguely nearby, but it's pretty dull to look at.
Well, I mean, this is Mo, so small insects crawling across the ground catch our interest.
There are definitely some of those.
That indeed.
You do at least see some small insects that have like glowing eyes that seem to be battling some without glowing eyes.
Even the bugs are racist here.
Bugs are always racist because they're bugs.
That's racist.
Wait a minute. Does that mean that Ham was right?
Yes.
Oh my god. The turnabout of the century.
Oh my god.
These ones are some sort of ants, colony insects. They're having
Yeah.
a battle over some piece of meat that someone kind of just left on the ground.
I'm 100% following those glowing eye ants back to their house.
I mean, there is a line of them kind of leading away. Not because they're like bringing stuff back, because the casualties are being refilled. So you can follow them back to their hive or nest. I actually don't know. What the heck do ants? Like
Ant
colony? I
Yeah.
don't know. So yeah, I mean it's pretty close as far as you're concerned. For them, it's probably like a pretty far journey to get to the battlefield, but for you, it's only like 20 feet away. Yeah, there's just a little anthill. A bunch of the weird glowing-eyed ants crawling in and out of it.
Infinitely fascinated.
At this point, Gouvet, you've gotten the horses kind of handed off to the sun and like are able to kind of head back.
I'm just waiting for the moment right before I enter the tavern to hear a kick and a scream.
Yeah. You do have to kind of help him get the horse to the tavern because Rage is not having any of this, but you do make it back before it gets like too much later. Falcor and Starman, of course, are fine, and Cater is just kind of there.
Hater could not give less of a fuck about what's happening around him.
Yep. It does try and like steal some of the potatoes lying nearby, because they do seem to have the kind of a side area of the stables is a like storeroom of some sort. So they have a couple of bags just kind of lying there. But regardless, you're able to make it back to the tavern without hearing any screaming. And the sun does come back a short time later. Still like 15 or 20 minutes, but he doesn't look injured. You do see Mo just kind of standing at like the side of the inn, just staring at the ground.
You good, bud? All right.
Everything must be fine.
You know what? He's not sleeping in my room. That's not my problem.
Yeah. So, going upstairs, getting drink, getting food. What's the deal?
I'll get some food.
So yeah, you get kind of the similar story. That if you want something nice, you'll have to wait a bit. But
Ooh, I could actually go hunting myself.
yeah,
Yeah, I hear you have to wait a bit, and I'm then going to go nod, stand up, and leave. And I'm gonna go hunt. Actually, first I will ask, if I bring back something, will you cook it for me?
I mean, he doesn't really fully understand what you mean. Like, you'll go out and hunt something and bring it back to sell or just to eat? Because if that's the case, they'll make it for you, sure.
I mean, depending on what I hunt, I'm not gonna be able to eat all of it.
Yeah.
They can have whatever's left.
So,
Yep. I'm going to go hunt.
after you're finished with chatting with him, Johnny, he does go back to his conversation with the hunter, trying to get a final price settled out. upstairs. So Yucko, since you've kind of gone up to rest and relax a little early, the innkeeper went and handed you a small chit, like a little piece of wood carved with a number 3, as well as a small key with a similar chit hanging off it with a small piece of string. And you find a door up top with the same number carved into it, along with another 4. Or not another 4, sorry. They're number 5. There's 6 rooms total. Plus, of course, the common room where there's already some people who are kind of laying down and resting for the day. Including a couple of more scholarly types that seem to be very, very tired of their walk.
Well, I'll just be heading into my room.
You unlock it. It's a nice room. I mean, it's pretty tight. Like, the bed fills the majority of the room, and there's not really a desk or really any other furniture in here, but, I mean, if you want a private room, it's got that. It's also got a window, which is kind of nice.
Oh, nice.
It's currently closed, but you got it. So, yep. Do you have anything in mind for what you're wanting to hunt, Uwe? Or you just kind of...
That would just be the first thing that I really see that seems like it would be good to eat. Be that rabbit or fucking deer, whatever I find first.
Yeah. I mean, wandering around, it's not too hard to find animals, and you're able to track down a kind of small group of rabbits and are able to bag one of them before the rest of the clan scatters.
Alright.
So, yeah, you bring it back and hand it off to the guy. At this point, they have come to their deals with the guy that was sitting there originally, has wandered back off into the room to chat with the people he was with, another group of other hunters. And yeah, you get, well, how do you want it cooked, or are you just kind of leaving it up to them?
Yeah, I'll leave it them.
Alright. Yeah. So, in the end, Johnny and Guve, you're able to get a pretty good meal with what you get. Johnny with a fairly good venison steak, along with a section of potatoes and other kind of more root vegetable stuff like beets and the like. It's pleasantly sweet, not particularly well seasoned, but it's good. And the rabbit seems to be well seasoned and good as well, but has pretty much the same vegetable platter with it. You salt.
Oh.
No.
Alright, I'm back.
Yeah. Good. You just got your food.
Excellent.
He's good. It's potatoes and beets and other stuff. Carrots, I suppose, as well. Yep.
Is the hunter guy still there?
He's gone back to his group at this point.
I was going to introduce myself.
I mean, he's still in the tavern. And you do
I'll
have
go
time
to
to
his-
introduce
to
yourself
his-
as he's like
to his
walking
table.
away. Yep.
Be like, must compliment you on your venison. It's fantastic. Johnny Vanguard, by the way.
He's sitting with another 2 guys that seem to be wearing kind of similar stuff. Kind of leather armor, green clothing. They had the bows and the hand axes on their belts. He looks the older of the trio, though. Probably maybe early 50s. So, getting on there. The other 2 are significantly younger. All 3 are human. He nods at you. Well, it was not a bad catch. Don't see very many deer out this time of year. Glad to have it.
The uncommon treat.
Was
What's
indeed.
yours?
Suppose you have given yours. Call me Caesarino.
All right. Well, nice to meet you, Susan.
Just kind of
Well, I know
shrugs.
your craft is noticed and appreciated.
Well, thanks for the compliment, I suppose. He
Nod
just
back.
kind of goes
back.
back to what he was talking about before. Eventually, night starts to fall more firmly, and the more farmer and people that aren't staying here the night, the non-traveler types, all kind of peter out, head back home, leaving basically just you guys, the scholars upstairs, and another two small groups that seem to be kind of in a similar vein to you, travelers and or adventurers and mercenaries. No greenskins among them, by the way.
Yeah, I should hope not.
That's good.
True Arathians would never.
So, yep. People start to kind of peter out of the tavern part and up into the common room upstairs. Start resting for the night.
Johnny's the man of the people, so he would have gotten a common room.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least he considered himself.
You said so. So it's 5 copper for that if you didn't care. So, yeah. Common room is, I mean, they have a good number of beds, probably about, well, beds, cots really. About 20 or so. So it's pretty full up in there. So, you guys are headed to sleep, or?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, just trying to catch some Z's.
I'll come in after another 20 minutes.
All right. Would you have gotten food, or are you just kind of heading upstairs yourself?
I would have probably gotten food, but just like bread or something.
If I see you, I'll let you know that there's some tasty venison tonight.
Sure.
I don't know. Average.
Going to bed at the usual time.
What's the usual time? You know, the usual.
I think somewhere around 8 generally. That's where the
Yeah.
first watch begins.
Thereabouts.
So, yep. You guys all go to sleep for the night. And the morning rolls around.
That was close.
So, Guver, are you getting up early, or are you just kind of... You don't have magic, so I mean, you just have to sleep the normal period.
Yeah, once I'm done sleeping, I'll just, like, hang around, pretty much.
All right. I mean, are you staying... You got your own room, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. I mean, it's as I described, it's tiny.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna leave that.
At around midnight, when you would get up, it's silent down in the tavern because no one's awake. All the lights are put out, but it doesn't really bother you much. Outside, the wind starts to howl. It's been kind of picking up all day, so it's not all that surprising for the wind to finally kind of grow in strength. Though that also means, of course, to your kind of more trained senses, that you probably don't have much time left to track this thing down. Well, you don't understand how exactly Arathia's weather cycle works with its constant cloudiness, but that probably marks it as a day that the rains will probably be arriving soon. The wind's already not going to help.
Well, I'm not gonna like wake up the rest of the party
Mhm.
to get moving on or anything. So I'm just gonna sit down here. And I was going to read, but I realized all the lights are off. But then I realized I have a hooded lantern, so I'm gonna use that to read.
Yep. You just sit down in the tavern, and
Yep.
as you light your lantern to kind of like light up the place, you see there is in fact actually someone else down here. Another elf. Just kind of look up at you. Did you turn that off?
I need to read. And I will like lower the hood on it.
Just kind of grumpily mutters, I guess that's good enough.
So it's
He's
not
just
gonna
kind of
be-
sitting against one of the walls, very close to one of the shuttered windows. You hear, like, with the wind blowing, the shutters are rattling.
Mm.
The elf himself seems to be one of the scholars that you saw upstairs. At least he's kind of wearing a scholarly robe. He does have a small beard and mustache, along with slightly graying hair. It is a little bit hard to tell what kind of elf he is, as while his eyes aren't red, he doesn't really give off wood elf vibes to you. I mean, he's just sitting in the dark.
Is there any specific reason why you're just sitting down here in the darkness?
Other than to get away from my snoring companions. Suppose I like the wind.
There's more wind in the dark.
Fair enough, I suppose. I'm just gonna go to reading.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he doesn't say anything to you, so you pass the hours, and eventually at around, I'm not sure exactly when you guys would probably wake up, but earlier than you would anticipate anyway. About kind of an hour before the end of rest, the barkeep comes down and starts to light up the torches and whatnot. Get the tavern lit up and start getting things back underway. After he lights the first torch, he kind of jumps a little bit upon seeing the two of you sitting in the kind of semi-dark. Oh, good morning. He just kind of goes about his business for the day.
Once the lights are up, I will put out my lantern.
Mm-hmm. The scholar just kind of stands up at that point and starts to shuffle back upstairs. And about the next half hour, most people start to get up. The hunters, those that kind of remained anyway, leave. A couple of the other adventuring parties start to peter down. And the rest of your group wakes up around the same time.
How much is breakfast?
Their breakfast is one size fits all. It is just 2 copper. It's basically gruel with some chopped up
Hawk, we
beets and whatnot.
Sometimes you gotta take the L.
I mean, it's fine. It's gruel. The beets help it a little, but they aren't particularly sweet. So
Johnny will overpay as usual. I want to pay 4 copper instead of 1.
It's fucked up. Hey,
Oh,
you're
it
fucked up.
Helps the local economy.
for another For another couple copper, they do, rather than water, or for just an extra copper, a ale of some sort. They do have a berry juice that came in for more breakfast things. Kind of a mix of raspberries and blackberries. Bit of a tangy, sour, sweet drink. But otherwise, the morning is fairly quiet and boring, as with the last night. For Johnny, it's fairly usual for these guys, for Rathians. Rathians are even keel, quiet, pragmatic people.
Just like Johnny.
Yep, just like Johnny.
Even keeled
Which part of that's like Johnny? Just for interest's sake.
and quiet. Some people buck the mold, and I am one big mold bucker. Sorry, I was talking to myself.
Yep. So, breakfast kind of continues as it would until a person slams the front door open and a person in full plate steps inside.
Ooh.
He goes, Johnny, you son of a bitch.
Bonnie, not if I said if I'd never see you again, it would be a day too soon.
Their armor has a, it's of course just steel, so it's kind of usual. But they have a cape that is a nice kind of purple and green. The pauldrons have a paint on them of a similar color, along with their helm, and painted on their the chest plate is a skeleton and elven mask with a green and a purple eye. Which, Johnny, you immediately recognize as the symbol of villains. Meaning, this paladin, or knight, or whatever it is, so it's probably a paladin, is not the nice kind.
I have a book about meeting that bitch.
Yeah. You guys would know this, by the way. Villains' side of the church, mostly because her knights are the ones that more rove the countryside and outside of the things, are they're the type that make it very obvious that not treating their goddess with a degree of respect is a good way to get a blade through the throat. As her knights are taken seriously by pretty much everyone. Because they are brutal and effective knights.
To give
Unfortunately for the party, pretty much everyone isn't everyone. And one of them's in the party.
Am I near everyone else in the party? Or are we
I
like...
guess so. I don't know. Are you guys all sitting together, or are you spread out?
I'll be sitting with the squad.
Stay away from Johnny.
So I would like very
He
quietly,
raises my blood pressure.
like on a piece of paper even, write like, don't fuck with this knight. Treat villains with utmost respect. These fellas take their oaths very seriously and very violently.
Yeah, he seems to be human.
Be
You're
keeping an
getting
eye on
something else from him. He's not entirely human, but he is definitely human of some sort. Probably blessed by his god. So. Well, yeah, I'm just giving you guys background info before. But yeah, he's going to then step through the doorway. He's not going to bother closing the door and just kind of step up to the barkeep. Slams his fist down on the counter. You have a hunter in here. He holds up the poster. Looks like this. Barkeep just kind of. Remind me what that gives you again, Peyton. You will have to.
Immediate resistance, vulnerabilities, and what they are.
All right.
If they
he
don't care about
is.
Divination magic, then I don't get anything.
I mean, how much divination magic does it have to be?
If they're hidden from divination magic specifically.
Okay, so you'll get some, yeah. He is resistant to necrotic damage, and that's about it.
All right.
So standard human.
I will also
Well, standard
Slayer's
human with
Freedom.
blessings involved. Hence why he's not totally human.
I cut out for a bit. Did he do anything?
He walked over to the barkeep and slammed his fist down.
Asshole.
He held up a poster,
It's not very.
something like a wanted poster. He
I
said,
don't know.
"You have a hunter
Something
like
is
this."
off, Jake. The mic.
I shifted my phone for a second. My computer was getting a little farty, so
I
I'm waiting for it to recover, which is doing right now.
Yeah. So he walked over to the counter, slammed his fist down, and asked about a hunter, and showed the guy most likely a poster, but you guys can't see it from the side. The barkeep just kind of stares at the poster, thinks about it really hard.
Points at party. Oh no.
Start walking up towards the counter, the bar.
All right.
You also
Yeah.
may have missed the letter from Johnny saying, "Don't fuck with these guys."
No. I definitely saw that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. The barkeep just kind of is thinking, and he opens his mouth by the time you step up.
So what's the problem here?
The knight goes and looks over at you, and through his eye slits, you can see his eyes are glowing with purple light. Looking for a villain. Do you know of them?
A
And he
villain.
kind of points the poster in your way, and it is a rough old human.
Say I do. Why would they do that so villainous?
They hunted from one of the Lord's forests, and, of course, cut down warriors in Villaince's name. Or I suppose
Means
taking
they cut down
Villaince's
villains' warriors, and they didn't cut down warriors for villains.
Yeah.
Okay. That was phrased slightly weirdly.
name. That's what he's trying to get across, anyway.
What do you plan to do with this person?
Cut them down, dumbass.
That should be fairly obvious, even to an outsider.
Well, I don't know.
You just hear him kind of click his tongue inside of his helmet, and he turns back to the barkeep.
Roll deception.
I don't think Oyeko really remembers. I mean, she
Yeah,
looked
Oyeko
around.
Oyeko came here, got a room, and went to her room.
For you and Johnny, you'd have to roll deception because you do know the man. At least his face.
I don't think Johnny has seen the poster.
Uh,
You have-
I would have been trying to maneuver to be somewhere behind Oyeko. I've seen the poster.
Yeah, he would have. If he maneuvered behind Oyeko as she was walking up, then you would have seen it over her shoulder. And that is indeed that old hunter that was trying to sell something to the barkeep. The barkeep finally, after kind of your slight intrusion, Oyeko, well, just kind of nod. That one sold me meat yesterday. Didn't think it was anything special. I suppose it's a little strange, but... And the knight slams his other fist against the counter again, this time leaving a kind of little bit of a chip in the wood. Of course, it's strange. No venison grows outside of those forests this time of year. He does
Why
use the
didn't
word
wandering
grows, by the way. Not
Weird.
moves. Yeah.
Are you gonna be paying for the damage you just did to the counter?
The helmet just whips around again. Are you one to seek death?
I'm gonna Slayer spray him in the background.
I wouldn't say I'm one to seek death, I just don't like watching somebody obviously try to muscle their way around.
He stands to his full height and just kind of looks at you. He's not that much taller than you are, so it's not totally a good... It doesn't, he's not a giant. I am one tasked with finding those who fail.
And so far, the barkeep has done nothing but cooperate. So don't attack his counter.
Just look over at the barkeep. Your counter will be paid for by those who follow me. Is that fine with you? He kind of swivels his head back to you as he says it.
First,
And at that point, he kind of turns back to the barkeep. A few steps back towards the door. Did you see which way this one went? Barkeep kind of ushers his son forward. My boy probably saw. The boy just kind of, obviously somewhat shaken from the turn of events of being thrown into the spotlight, just kind of points in the direction you guys had come from down the road. The knight just kind of nods and strides back out the door. Barkeep sighs and just waves at someone to close the door, and one of the adventurers just kind of standing nearby gets up and closes it, pats his son on the shoulder, and things start to get back to where they were. Just kind of looks at the notch at the counter.
do those guys show up often?
Thankfully, no. They're fairly rare.
I don't really know much
Just
about
for
'em.
interest sake, where's the Lord's Forest?
Depends on which one, but the closest is about half a day's travel, a little off the road.
Okay.
He just kind of points in the direction you guys are traveling, and then kind of makes a gesture. If you go up the road another quarter of a day and then travel off of it to the north, then you would find it.
Just want to make sure I didn't accidentally go hunting the Lord's Forest last night.
No, you didn't.
Because that would be unfucking fortunate.
No, it was pretty far away. Well, I suppose we'll see that old fool when we make it back around.
Saying we'll see when he's dead.
Yes.
Yes, that is what he's meaning. As a reminder, they call their life and death cycle the Great Cycle, so because they believe in rebirth and whatnot. So
The great rototiller.
It's the bull of
The
religion.
great revolving door.
yeah. But he does kind of look at you, Oyeko, and just set a copper piece on the counter. Sorry, I don't have much more to give you, but thank you for what you did. That might have gotten worse.
You don't have to give me anything. I just like looking out for people.
I appreciate it. As much as I appreciate the goddess of decay, our knights are sometimes heavy-handed.
Literally, I'll gesture to the sort of chip.
He does look back at the chip, but doesn't smile back.
Does he act? Do you think he actually intends to pay for that? Because if not, I will.
He just kind of waves. They usually have someone following after them, squires or attendants of some sort. They'll have something. I'll build that one.
Okay.
I'll just sort of nod and then go back to the table.
Those guys are bad.
Yeah, look, they have a poor counter.
As well, don't let them hear you thinking that. They're the sort to, put a knife in you first, think later.
I kind of noticed. I told him off for attacking the counter and he threatened to kill me.
Yes, well, one thing to keep in mind is, they don't really view death as final a thing as even I do. So they're
And you
much
think
more
it's a pretty
flippant
bad
about it because
threat.
they don't really see it as bad of a punishment, you know?
If they don't see it as that bad of a punishment, then why would you use it as a threat?
Well, it still is unpleasant. It doesn't have the same sort of ring of finality. Really, what they're doing when they're killing someone is they're sending them to the goddess, the ultimate place of judgment.
Why don't we get our horses ready?
That's probably a good idea.
So it doesn't take much time to get the horses ready, and you guys are set to go. Right as you guys are walking out of the kind of stables with the horses now in tow, along with Rage, who seems to be significantly in greater spirits today for some reason.
He ate somebody.
He fucking kicked that kid in the face. There's someone who tried to steal the horses in the middle of the night whose head is caved in.
You do definitely see some blood around his little stall when you get him. It's not very much, and like an average person might not spot it, but with your sharp eyes, you definitely catch a peek.
Look at a horse. Ask where it came from.
Just snorts. Get the sense
Yeah.
of something invaded me. I told it off. Forcefully.
Where'd the blood come from? Someone got too close.
Pretty much. The
Fine,
horse does
whatever.
not feel remorse about what it did.
Yeah. No, it wasn't. At least this horse is gonna be very difficult to fucking steal.
Yeah.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yep, as you guys are walking outside, you do see a small procession. Significantly smaller than the one that you saw for Valence, but it does seem to have a similar setup. Dregs holding things with a couple of knights and then a more priest-like person up front. This one you do notice is mostly smaller because the kind of not refugees, the
Pilgrims? Followers?
yeah, pilgrims are significantly fewer in number. There's only a small group of like 5 or 6 of them, and they seem to be more flagellants than pilgrims, as they are all heavily injured, though based on their kind of wooden sticks and other implements of injury are mostly self-inflicted.
John,
And they do stop at the inn, and at least the priest does, and kind of step inside.
are all the processions like that ostentatious? Or are we just getting lucky or unlucky?
Mm. Are you asking Johnny, or are you
Yeah,
just
I said, "Hey, Johnny."
asking...
Hence why, for once, I was like, "Yeah, I'll specifically direct this at someone."
I mean, Johnny would be the only one that has really a great chance at knowing.
That's why I asked him.
They do often tend towards a kind of pageantry, I suppose. I don't know. I was always bored. Solitary in memories.
Yes, we should be more solitary in your heroism.
Solitary heroism is no such thing.
Isn't heroism if someone doesn't know about it?
Just
That's why I make sure everyone knows that I'm the hero.
I'm surprised I haven't been recognized yet, but I am far from my homestead once
I am
was.
I hope
very
no one
grateful
recognizes
that
you.
you haven't been recognized.
I feel like you being recognized will cause us more trouble than it's worth.
What? People love me.
I'd like to insight check that.
Johnny believes it.
Yeah,
I was
know.
about to say, yeah, Johnny does believe that.
Yeah. I knew that it would be worthless, but just I feel
Not
like I
even
had
have
to.
you bother rolling. Johnny believes
Yeah.
that as the case, so. And frankly, you don't even need to roll. You're pretty sure that is what Johnny believes anyway.
Mhm.
I've been rolling really high deception for years. They all think I'm full of myself, the idiot.
Turns out that once you hit a high enough deception, it's pretty easy to lie even to yourself.
My deception is so high, I can lie to even myself.
If your passive deception is higher than your passive insight, then you can lie to yourself without any issues.
What's real?
So, yep. I mean, the possession stops there for a bit, and then after like a couple minutes, the priest comes back out, and they continue. So, continuing down the road.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Down the trail, wherever that may lead.
Mm-hmm.
Track more.
I mean, it's currently the track is on the road, so hence why you're
Mhm.
following the road. So, yeah, you guys keep going, and the track is thankfully continuing along the road for the rest of the day. So you guys make good time, as the horses don't have to pick their way through the woods as much, which would slow them down a little.
Imagine picking your way through the woods, made by Ranger Gang.
Yeah. The population of the road kind of peters back out again as you move from kind of the furthest homesteads to between kind of that ring of settlement to the closer ring of settlement, more city areas, kind of between the two at the moment, and so don't end up seeing almost anyone. A couple of adventurers. Other than them, nothing exciting. And finally, at the end of the day,
Just for interest sake, how long ago, or how old are these tracks? Because that's one of the things I can do as a ranger automatically.
they seem to be what they should be, which I believe is 6 days at this point. How many days did you guys rest at the Twin Oaks? Was that 1 or 2 days?
I think we rested one day.
Okay, so it's
Yeah.
5 days then. I think I'm doing the math right. You guys have been traveling for 4.5, plus of course the day that you went. So, yeah, about a week old, maybe 6 days, something like that. On the
Alright.
same track.
Which means they made all of these on the same day.
Yep.
I will inform the rest of the party of this.
Do it.
You're supposed to catch up to it then.
Well, one of the things you can do as a ranger, whenever you're tracking creatures, you can figure out exactly how long ago they passed through the area. And they passed through this area 6 days ago, or 4 days ago, or however long ago. They passed through it the same day they left, which means the entire distance that we've traveled in like a week, they traveled in 1 day.
I see. Gotcha.
Which means if they're still, if they just want to, they can outrun us forever.
Well, shit, man, they're fast as fuck.
So what are we supposed to do then?
Keep following the trail and pray, I suppose.
I mean,
Pray to which god? Don't follow any of them.
This is correct.
it's up shit creek.
I mean, Mo could probably talk to you about a tracking god, but
Nope. I need no gods. I pray to nature themselves. I pray that maybe the fucking,
Is anyone gonna tell them about nature gods or?
maybe there'll be some fucking demons who are helping us or some shit. I know that there won't be, but you know, one can hope.
sounds like my lizard folk. I cast magic. How do you can you cast magic? Because spirits give me the power to do so.
Yeah.
It's complete and utter bullshit, but it's what he believed.
I don't believe in gods because gods are fucking cringe. However, demons, that's a
real.
crapshoot. And I'd much rather take the crapshoot.
I like demons.
Yeah, demons are great. But as to whether or not they'll help you or fuck you over, that's just random.
Well, so far,
So-
I've had great luck.
Yeah. This is true.
Thanks for that, Johnny. I just
Yep.
look over to the right, my screen suddenly starts moving.
So, yeah, the tracks keep leading on the road until basically the end of the day. In like the last half an hour, as you guys are traveling, all of a sudden they jump off the road. Mostly because the road turns. So, and you're back out into the wilderness again and into a fairly heavy forest, actually.
Imagine worrying about forested areas.
Ugh. Isn't it gonna be tough to track it through here?
Shrug.
It's been a straight line the whole way. We could just keep going straight.
Come on.
I never knew how
I'm
to
a
track in the
ranger.
first place. I was relying on luck. And after saying that, I go into the underbrush.
Well, I mean, we're already this far, so. Going.
Play a ranger and just never take survival. I was kind of just relying on instinct this whole time. It worked.
They thought I was a ranger.
Play a wizard you can't cast.
I think someone played a rogue like that. I'm a wizard. How are you a wizard? I'm a wizard. Don't worry about it. Just uses fire bombs and other stuff to pretend to cast magic.
Wizard.
It was a barbarian. I don't remember. They did a very good job. Regardless, you guys walk.
Battle axes.
You guys walk into the. Keep following the trail, and then kind of night starts to come. So. Setting up camp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. And I would like you guys to roll for this.
I'm sure nothing's gonna happen, gang.
Yeah.
Nice, big. I think that's like my third. I think that's my third straight nat one on watch.
Don't worry, Mo is not.
At least I got that go.
I rolled a 5. And still
So,
got
Ayeko,
one.
why the hell are you so distracted tonight?
Ah, it's a bit.
For
oh,
Mo,
yeah.
you're just distracted because you're Mo. For whatever reason, your perception rolls are almost
No.
consistently awful.
No,
I don't know
Mo
why,
sees
but
more
they
of the
are.
ants And it's like, hey, Oyeko, check this out.
Yeah, but Mo's not
That's
on
because we're
Ayeko's watch.
We're
but
not
Mo's
even on
on
the same
my
watch.
Yeah.
He
Just
doesn't
before
know,
Mo
check
goes
out
to sleep.
the
Hey,
ants.
Ayeko, look at those ants. Ayeko,
Incidentally,
ooh.
There's some really fucking cool ants. No, honestly, hey, one of my character things I wrote down is Oyeko likes spiders. She probably notices some cool spider or something and just starts paying attention to that.
I mean, these woods are pretty old, so yeah, there are like small spiders everywhere, pretty much.
Let's see.
Well, small. They're not quite tarantula sized, but they're not like the size of a pin spiders either. Or I guess like wolf spider sized. I guess that's still pretty big.
Yeah, it's a decent size.
I think wolf spiders are on the larger side of spiders.
Trying to think. I guess more like brown recluse size, like a little bigger than a quarter. I guess with all their legs splayed out. So big, but not super dangerous.
Yep.
You see a couple that are just kind of like hunting nearby.
Do animals also have the undead chance, or is it just humans?
At least for bigger animals, no. Dogs, horses, etc. don't. No one's really researched other animals for the most part.
There's approximately 1.2 million undead squirrels running around, though. To be very careful.
Some researchers would
Yes. There's roving gangs of undead squirrels that will kick your ass. That's
just
the real
rabid
reason for fucking
squirrels.
Villas paladins.
Squirrel cleanup crews.
Mhm.
Swallowed something going the wrong way. God damn it. So, yeah. Oh, okay. So, Oyeko, yeah, you're paying attention to some of them spiders.
Yeah, they're cool. Get jumped by 2 owl bears this time.
Not quite, but yeah. I mean, your watch passes uneventfully as far as you're concerned.
Alright.
You don't see anything.
There's a
I'll like
than
keep up the
spiders.
second watch.
Yep. So, yeah. Uwe, you're woken up for second watch. And, yeah, something's wrong. Like, you wake up and you're just kind of looking around and you know something is off.
Mhm.
Is this while I'm still awake?
Yeah. I mean, I'm guessing you haven't, like, tapped Gouvet and then just, like, fallen asleep at her feet.
Tap tap.
I guess your watch!
If
Yeah,
I know
I just didn't know how
something
long it took her to notice.
feels wrong, I'm gonna have my weapon out like instantly.
Alright.
You're not planning on shooting me, are you?
I just look confused at that. Why would I shoot you?
It was a joke, but why do you have your gun out?
That is wrong. That is very wrong.
No, everything seems fine. Oh, actually, so there's also these please don't bother them, but there's a couple cool spiders over there that I've been looking at.
I will look over at the spiders, I guess.
Yep. See one of them, like, still in the midst of making a web.
It's a black widow. Bang!
No, they're just big brown spiders. Nothing exciting.
I will do primeval awareness.
Alright.
So humans, goblins, or elementals that are
You
nearby?
sense-
Question mark.
Well, I mean, you sense normal amounts of humans. There are some, like, kind of fairly far away, like up 3 miles or so, kind of back in the direction you guys were coming. And that's about it. No elementals and no goblins nearby.
All right. But something feels off.
Yeah. Either something is in the camp that shouldn't be, or something is watching you, just something feels wrong, and you're not sure why. Like, the hair on the back of your neck is risen for some reason, but you're not sure why that is. You can't find, just by a look anyway, what's wrong.
I haven't noticed anything. I don't feel like anything's
Shut up
off.
for a second.
Okay.
And I'm just going to concentrate very hard on listening for anything that is off.
All right. Yep. As you kind of are concentrating, you hear a rustle near one of your bags.
I snap and shoot.
All right, go ahead. Roll an attack. That is a very good attack.
Bag is fucking destroyed.
Yes, it is. But you do hear something. You hear a little screech, and as the bag kind of gets tumbled back after freaking taking a bullet through it, yeah, you definitely hear the shriek of what probably sounds more like fear than pain. As something moves away from the bag. You don't see it, but you definitely hear it. Because you dropped all pretense of freaking, I'm going to continue hiding, to freaking, someone just shot a gun at me, I'm gone.
And I'm going to say, show yourself, or I'll fucking fire again.
Kind of
And
out near
I'll
one of
go through
the
the string of
trees.
languages. Huh?
Well, what are you starting with? Are you just starting with common?
Yeah, I'll just start with common.
All right. Yep. I mean, as you're kind of going through your languages, you hear back in common. It's not very good common, but it's common. Both of you hear, because it's definitely loud enough, though it is fairly soft. Hey, I just wanted the thing. Just kind of near one of the trees. You're not able to quite pinpoint where the voice is coming from near the tree, but it's just kind of near, kind of at the edge of the campfire light.
Whose bag was shot, as a note?
It seemed to be yours.
Good. I'm going to go over and pick up my bag. Look at the bullet hole, sigh, and then ask what they wanted.
Could you just roll me a d20, by the way?
Sure.
See if you hit anything important. Okay.
Powder.
No. Thankfully, you missed everything important, so you lost like a couple rations.
I shot through my potato, guys. Fuck!
But what are you here looking for?
Stuff? Things?
Okay.
Thing stuff.
It's
Yes.
called robbery.
Is it?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh. Robbery. Robbery. Is that like stealing?
Yes.
Yes.
Ah. You can almost hear it nodding. Good. Now I know the words that I can keep doing.
Incorrect.
Hmm.
And I will once again ready my rifle.
How many boom things do you have?
A lot.
How many boom things do they have?
Who like me? I don't have any.
A couple. It's like we roll deception.
Sure. Hmm.
That's good. You know, like a few or something.
Hmm. I don't see boom things.
That's because they're hidden. Yep.
Hmm. Do you want thing back?
I will start looking through to see what they took from me.
Upon a quick glance, they only got a chance to take one thing of interest. Well, interest to you, most
And what
important.
was that?
That was your strange musket ball.
Hey, you fucker! After realizing that, I get far more aggressive.
Hey. They're offering it back. I think.
Yep.
Yes, I do
How
want
much?
it back.
Okay, that's
Yes,
not how that
how
works.
much?
Yeah. It's mine,
I like.
so you pay for it.
I like trying to
I'm
pinpoint the voice.
Ransom. Go ahead. Roll a perception to try and pinpoint. All right. You're pretty sure it's just sitting on one of the branches of the tree.
Mm-hmm.
You still can't see it, and you can't hear it other than when it's talking, because it doesn't seem to be moving anymore, of course. But you're pretty sure you could at least put a bullet through at least its general area. You're not sure how big it is, of course, though, or really what it is.
Well, how much do you expect for it? Because it really isn't worth that much.
What's it worth to you? I just want shinies.
You like gold?
Yes.
Well, you have.
I also
one-
like silver and copper and gems.
You like ear hooks?
No, that sounds like a bad thing.
I have 5 silvers right here. How about I give you 5 silvers and 1 gold?
Is that what it's worth to you? It does seem to be directing that directly at you, Guve.
I grit my teeth and say nothing. I am going to attempt to Slayer's Prey it, though.
Just say yes, Guve.
You need to be able to see it for that.
Yeah, you do actually. Damn.
Yeah, so because you're not even sure what it is exactly.
Yeah.
So
And unfortunately, I can't Hunter Sense it because I also need to see them.
Guve, just say yes.
Yeah, it's worth
it
about
doesn't
that
sound
much.
like she wants it very well. Nah, I think it's more. You care about these things a lot.
I
more.
shoot.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Disadvantage because I'm invisible, I presume.
Just fire normally. Don't worry about it. Well, you
I would
try
like
and
to shoot again as part of the save attack action.
You try. Your gun jams.
I would like to bonus action fix that and then shoot again as part of the same attack action.
Sure. Go ahead.
There you go.
Yeah, significantly better. It still rings out with nothing.
Okay,
No grunt
Guve,
of pain. It doesn't even shriek in panic this time.
Guve, if you're freaking out about it, this is not the way to get it back.
Yeah, no,
side
I'm
eye
pretty
and
certain
reload.
it's definitely it's more important than 5 silvers. I can
Well,
count.
I offered you 5 silvers and a gold, to be fair.
No. Besides, it's not your thing.
No, it isn't, but
It does seem to have moved, by the way, at this point. Guve.
I'm going to once again try and pinpoint it.
All right. Go ahead. It seems to be on the opposite side of the tree. Apparently, you probably got a lot closer with that shot than you thought you did.
Here's the thing. What happens if I throw a hooded lantern at it and hit the tree next to it? Think that'll spray enough oil to hit it?
Maybe.
Give throws
The trees are pretty close,
into
so
the
it's
woods.
not as far as you're probably thinking it is.
I'm really
By the way, at this
debating-
point,
Nice,
Mo and Johnny, unless you guys decide to stay asleep, you're awake.
I fired
Oh, yeah, of course.
3 separate times by now.
Like there are gunshots at a campsite. Of course I'm awake.
I'm gonna go check my. Oh, Yako's gonna check her bags, by the way.
All right. They
Actually,
seem
yeah,
to be
check.
left alone, as you
I'll
left
also
them.
check my bag.
Johnny's like, I should probably look at my bag. Everyone else is doing it.
I'm getting real close to Molotov cocktailing this tree.
Yeah, but your bag does seem to be left alone as well, Johnny.
I know this is Gebe's thing, but if I give you shinies, could it be my thing?
That's not how it works. At least, I'm pretty sure that's not how ransom works.
Well, we could make it how it works.
This time you hear it clap its hands. I like that idea. All right, how many shinies are you all going to give me for the thing?
Well, what do you think is fair?
As I said, how important is it for you?
Well, I
Well,
don't know
I'll
how
be
important
real.
it is for
I
you,
have
Dave.
no idea.
I'm not sure.
Give a
You could ask that one.
Listen, this seems important, so I'm going to pay for it, but
Are we going with the throwing a lantern, by the way, Hayden?
Yeah, I'm gonna light the lantern. I'm not throwing it yet, but I am going to fill it up with oil and light it.
All right.
Gooey, are you listening?
I don't think she is.
The world is
I
turned
want money
red.
for nothing.
Which is like really wild because like we're in the process of getting it back and she just does not give a shit.
I'll slap Uwe.
On the
You ran
attack.
some of your time.
Roll an attack.
Yeah. I don't. Is it just strength plus proficiency? I don't
Yeah,
remember.
it's just.
I'll give you my 15 on my
Do it.
portent roll.
Unarmed.
You don't have importance.
Thought he'd buy it.
That does hit.
Yeah, I'm just doing like I'm not trying to deal damage with it. It's more to
And I
get your
slowly
attention.
stop filling up the lantern and slowly start turning my head. Very displeased.
Yeah, okay. I get it. Whatever this thing is important to you. I have things important to me as well, but if you're going to freak out about it, we're probably not going to be able to get it back. You really think I want to cooperate with someone that stole something? I'm doing this because it seems like it's an important thing for you.
Grit teeth. Put away lantern.
So how important is it to you?
I'll give you 10 gold pieces.
You hear it clap again. Goodness. 1 second.
Very strange clap.
I was already ready to sacrifice 10 gold pieces throwing the lantern at it.
It's actually
That
the
sounds
price
good
of
to
the
me.
lantern.
Did it say that
Just-
sounds good to me?
Throw the gold at the tree.
Alright, I will count out 10 gold pieces. I'll fucking huck them at the tree.
Yep.
Specifically at where the voice is.
You see 1 or 2 of the coins just vanish as you kind of throw them near it. The rest of them just fall through the air.
Fire at the ones that
Bounce
vanish. Fuck draw, baby! I don't.
off. Yep. And from midair, the thing, your bag reappears, and then it ceases talking, and the other coins you see vanish from the firelight.
I'm not putting them in my bag. I'm putting them in my pocket.
No more voice issues for it. It doesn't laugh or anything. It just grabs coins and runs for what you guys can see.
I'm gonna start checking for tracks.
Well, I'm going to bed. It was a miserable experience.
There's no use getting mad if you don't plan on getting even.
I'm going to save you the time. There are no tracks.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
I mean, there's some in the ground, like near the coins, but they're only like single tracks that kind of vanish with a jump.
Yeah.
So the next one.
I was assuming I
The
won't
tracks
find anything.
themselves look.
What do the tracks look?
They look kind of like, I guess, world tracks.
It was the
But-
fucking undead scrolls all along. God damn it!
Except when it's jumping, where the like one set of the tracks are like paw prints, and the other ones are boot prints. which create a very
How
odd
much money
mix.
could fit in its cheek.
That's why squirrels are always thieves. 'Cause they can carry all the money with them.
It's brilliant.
But yeah.
Squirrel tracks, except for when jumping.
Yep.
All right.
Wait, can you run that by me again? Squirrel track except when jumping, in which case it looks like boots.
So it has like the two front feet would be paws and the back two are boots.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, it's not wearing boots on his hands.
Maybe you aren't.
I didn't know if it was like a shapeshifter that like turned into some booted thing to jump and then turned back into a squirrel to land. Like I wasn't quite sure what you meant.
Yeah. They're not quite squirrel tracks, but they're close enough.
Yeah.
That's your approximation of what this thing might have as hands.
Okay.
But yeah. Going back to watch and sleep for those people who are still resting. Or getting ready to rest in the case of Oyeko.
I'm heading to sleep.
So
Oh, you didn't show Gabby the spider? Oh, no, you did.
Everybody's able to get her thing back, and you guys continue with watch, which passes uneventfully for, well, the rest of the night. With just your unfriendly visitor. I guess it wasn't that unfriendly.
I've had more unfriendly visitors, right?
Also had far more friendly visitors.
This is true.
How many friendly visitors have we had at night? I guess the season demons count. Kind of?
Yeah, but we weren't visitors. Or sorry, they weren't visitors. We were visitors.
Fair enough.
And even then, still like sixpence sure one of them tried to drown me, so that wasn't very friendly, honestly. And that one also tried to fucking charm me.
What a charmer. Am I right?
What a piece of shit.
Oh. Wait, night ended, right? Just make
Mhm.
sure.
Yeah.
So, Guve, what was that you were ready to just start going absolutely ballistic over?
I get what you did there.
I didn't hear what you said, Peyton.
They're the last memento that my master gave me.
I get that.
Hell, you even have a pretty good reason to like them, because they're the only reason why I didn't become a mage. Or at least didn't get normal magic powers as a ranger.
And I suppose I owe them some thanks.
You gave up a chance to be a mage?
Yes.
Very rare opportunity.
I mean, I know far less people who are in my trade who don't know magic than people who do.
Well, knowing a magic and being a mage are not the same.
Well, hence
I
why I
don't-
clarified that I wouldn't be an actual full mage. I gave up the chance to know magic. Maybe if you
Ah.
fucking listened for once, Johnny.
I didn't pick up on that.
What happened to you, Master? Just
I got Johnny on the back foot.
passed away from age? Or...
Yeah,
That's a good way to go.
better than most of the people I've known.
At least this morning greets you with a surprising amount of bird song. You can see some blackbirds and other, well, less colorful, but still sweetly singing ones. And no crows or ravens.
Oh.
It just seemed to be like more near the camp, but
I was gonna make the joke about the sword wanting to talk, but guess he isn't.
Mhm. Yep. You guys pack up camp and head out?
I believe that is the plan.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Alright.
Onwards.
Yeah.
And on the same level. Onwards! With the same elevation as normal.
So, the weather keeps holding, with it just being a cold, windy day, but still no snow and no rain. Even the wind seems to have kind of calmed a little bit, so it's not quite so bad. Yeah. About halfway or so through the morning, Bouvet in particular, you notice the kind of birds seem to be following you guys. It's possible you're just walking along the same things, but you're pretty sure you've seen at least the blackbirds a couple of times. And if you're not,
Mhm.
your memory isn't failing you that poorly, it's the same too.
Slayer's Prey, one of them. And
Yep,
I'll Hunter
there's-
sense them as well.
They're blackbirds.
Should let me know if it's the same one following us in the future.
Mhm.
And I will inform the rest of the party that I think that we're being followed by birds.
Never a dull moment, huh?
Can I like sheath my sword deeper into the scabbard?
How are you gonna sheath it deep? Did you have it like halfway out already?
You got some
Are you
plastic.
just trying to
wrap up.
jam it in?
Really bury it in there.
You could push it into the scabbard, but it isn't going to go any deeper.
Just pushing the scabbard down your belt.
Yeah.
I'll put like some cloth over it.
All right. Another 2 hours later, yeah, there still seem to be birds.
I can.
You mean the sword doesn't need visual contact with the birds to have them come? What?
I will
And
throw
at
a
this
rock
point,
near
there
them.
do seem to be more kind of carrion birds following after, and even a couple of hawks and other things along those lines.
Yanni, I think it might be time for you to have an honest conversation with your sword.
I'd recommend it.
Maybe not that honest.
To be right
And
back.
yeah, to tell you, yeah, the blackbirds are the same blackbirds.
I will like throw a rock at them to see if they scatter.
I mean, they do, but they come back.
I spend the entire day throwing rocks at birds. The fuck out!
They get pretty good at dodging.
I'm not throwing them at them, I'm throwing them near them. I don't actually want to fucking brain a bird in case it's just a normal bird. It's kind of fucking BM.
Yep. So, At about midday, as you guys are kind of, stopping to have lunch, one of the falcons actually dives down into your camp, and in this case, just kind of lands on one of your pauldrons. For Johnny, of course. It doesn't speak, but it does sit there for a bit. Its claws trying to dig into its talons trying to dig through your pauldron, and of course not being successful because they're freaking talons.
I'm gonna go awareness. Is there something you fuckers want?
Are you talking to the falcon in particular?
Yeah. It's down there. It's close.
Mm-hmm. You just get the sense that it's being, well, it basically tells you there's something about you.
All of us or just him?
It seems confused at the question. Your nest. It's something about your nest. Or flock.
Oh. So, team, I have news.
Yeah?
I don't think it's just the sword.
What?
Well, it's saying there's something about us in general. Our flock, quote unquote. Not just Johnny.
I was not sure what are we looking into exactly.
A falcon came and landed on Johnny's pauldron. I asked him why it was following us, and it is saying it's following us because there's just something about us. And it is about the entire group, not just Johnny.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if it's just looking for things, I mean, I'm a frog. You're visited at night by demons.
That's not true. I visit demons. There's a difference there.
My
Demons
point is
mail
we're
him an
not
invite every day.
We're not exactly.
A standing invite.
That's true.
Yep.
Most teams
It
can
does
be
try
on
and
one
peck through your helmet a few times, John.
Yeah, I can try.
I really hope they just stay landing on Johnny and don't go to anyone else.
The man
just-
covered in birds.
Nope.
Someone
It's gonna be like that fucking ball trap in The Incredibles, except there's birds.
Man,
They
so
seem less hostile, by the way, at least to you, Guve, and more curious about Johnny for some reason.
Well, I don't see you hostile. So, I guess have fun figuring it out, Johnny. And I'm going to go back to eating.
It is very distracting eating with a freaking bird of prey, even a smaller one like a falcon, banging its beak into your helmet every few seconds.
Get fucked, Johnny.
Yeah,
See you wearing a helmet.
yeah, can I help you?
No, it's just curious.
I mean, the bird doesn't speak; it just keeps pecking at you.
Listen, Johnny, don't have an honest conversation with your sword. This is what happens. Sword's an asshole.
Well, it's the burden. Heroes bear. Birds.
This is the burden.
Aha,
Yes.
I get it. I'll get used to it, I suppose.
Yeah.
Means
As you
perhaps
say that,
we'll-
the falcon kind of seems to grow bored and lits off again back into the tree line. It does seem to be aiming for one of the songbirds that's just kind of flittering about nearby. And the rest of the day basically proceeds as that, with birds continually either landing on or near Johnny and attempting to peck or get through his armor for some
Probably
reason.
really should see what the hell is going on.
Don't. This is starting to get amusing.
It's weird. It's-
I'm liking this turn of events. Johnny's a hero. He'll get through this. What's he gonna? Is he gonna fall apart just because a few birds?
No, but I mean, it's probably not a good sign.
It definitely isn't. 0% chance it's a good sign.
Probably get an idea of what the hell is going on.
As night falls, finally, the birds do all kind of go back to where they came from. Only, of course, to be replaced by owls instead.
Okay, Johnny.
Though,
you
of course,
need to
seeing as
figure
there are
out the hell
significantly
happened.
fewer.
Yeah. What if you want to figure it out so bad? You can carry the sword.
You're that opposed to figuring it out. This could be dangerous for all of us, you know. How heroic of you as you selflessly try to figure out things that could cause your comrades harm.
It's Johnny's way. Scream toward the abyss as fast as possible.
I will not be seduced by the power offered by malign forces.
You already did. You chose magic.
Mm-hmm.
I was given magic by God.
Well, I'd figure out something with that sword, because, you know, we're getting tailed by the entire local population of birds.
No, this is maybe like a very small portion of local population of birds.
You get my point.
There's a lot of birds, though.
It's more birds than average from when we normally walk through the woods.
Frog, what do you think about this?
Birds.
What did the frog say?
He said birds.
Doesn't sound very insightful.
He's young.
Is he?
I think so.
Well, he's not like a tadpole or anything.
I was young by like demon times.
He's not a tadpole. Yes, because demons follow the same life cycle as their animal counterpart.
Yeah, I know they don't, but it's a good joke. Fuck you.
No, it is a good joke. So, Johnny, are you going to wear armor to bed or risk getting clawed?
Listen, Johnny, I got this thing. It's called a mosquito net.
I'll just get inside of a tent. It's fine.
Do you have a tent?
I could. No.
I believe there's one tent in the
borrow
party,
it.
and I'm not letting you into mine.
Especially followed by a whole flock of owls.
Actually, Mo, that's a great idea. I can sleep in a pit.
Wait for the owls to get out
I
of the
can
pit.
use
and
a
you're trapped in
shield,
there
my
with a bunch of
shield
owls.
to plug the pit hole.
Question. Oxygen.
I could use it a crack. What is oxygen
What
anyway?
about tiny owls?
Tiny owl. I'll crush them in my hands.
So
It
far,
will.
the smallest owls you've seen are like barn owls. They're
What
not
about
that
the
small.
tiny owls?
Or with those teacup owls that are all the rage.
What about the tiny barn
I mean,
owls?
there are very small owls, but they're actually, I believe they're burrowing owls too, if I recall.
Uh-oh.
There are none of those.
Fuck. See,
Duh.
I will bring up burrowing owls to see how you
Seeing as those
respond.
live in deserts, they're not here.
You don't know how far the reach of that sword is?
The owl is just under the surface of the sand with its beak popped up above, ready to strike.
Owl lamp
You step a
ant
little close, and this fucking beak just jumps out of the sand and grabs your boot.
Except these owls are like 6 inches tall at most. They're tiny. Actually, no, they're probably even smaller. I think they're only 4 inches tall, but they're very small.
Is it April? No. Okay.
No, it's still March. Don't worry.
No, it's not April yet.
I had a moment of panic because I saw an update April 5th, and I was like, what?
We're not there yet. We're working on it. So, what is the plan for sleeping tonight, Johnny? Because I can guarantee if you sleep without armor on, it's not going to be pleasant for you.
I'll
Not
wear
for
up to
you.
bed. Fuck it.
I can make a pit, and we can cover it with like the entrance with just some stuff that is non-air tight.
Make a pit,
We'll put
and
this
I'll
on
put
the
tent
arm.
over pit.
It's actually, unironically, Peyton, I was gonna say that.
I'm gonna put my fucking tent over a pit. I'm
No,
gonna roll in the middle of the night and get stuck.
no, it'll be like a vertical pit, like a vertical cylinder that I'll kind of stand in.
That's how you're gonna rest?
but like the walls are pretty tight in, so right, so like I'm not gonna fall over. I'm like leaning against.
Yeah,
the
we just mold it to your body,
You sleep in a freaking hole.
and we'll just have to dig you out in the morning.
I'll just chin up my way out.
What if it's not like completely vertical, but also not completely horizontal? So you're like reclining in a chair
Yeah, it's like a reclining chair made out of earth.
with a tent on top of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if you burrow yourself down into a pit, the owls cannot get to you, so they're forced to leave you alone.
Perfect.
Of course, through the night with your
Sleeping in
watches,
dirt.
yeah, it's not exactly pleasant.
I mean, how different is that from sleeping on the dirt in a bedroll?
Very.
Yes.
One, you wake up with dirt like on your face and eyes.
How different is sleeping
It's
under
only
a bed
a
to
con save.
sleeping on the ground?
I don't sleep on my face. Johnny sleeps on his back.
So,
Johnny sleeps on his back, not his face.
Well, yeah, that's the problem. Is the roof slowly, occasionally drops little bits of dirt and mud on you.
Ah,
Bud,
what if I
wasn't
put
mud.
like a cloth over my face then?
the most spits up there. That's how it's mud.
Fucked up.
I don't when it rains or if it's.
As for the
particularly damp
cloth over the face, that is a thing that you can do.
So,
It's actually what you're supposed to do if you ever get buried alive.
Spit on the dirt?
No, put a cloth over your face. You fucking mongoloid.
I suggested putting the cloth over my face.
Yeah, hence why I said that's actually a thing you can do.
Okay, I accept your apology. Jesus.
You're a fucking idiot.
so Oyeko and
I would
So-
never.
I'm
You're
gonna
watching
smother Johnny into sleep tonight.
lots and lots of owls. They at least don't like attack the tent or anything. They just kind of sit nearby.
I'm gonna ask Vash to let me into the tent for the
Yes, you can sleep in the tent.
Don't want to be watched by owls all night.
No.
If
I
my
mean,
sword
the
has anything to say,
type
it'll
and number kind of rotate, but there's always at least 3. Guaranteed. And usually many more than that. So what are you doing about Johnny's watch?
So like
I've got
Joe's gonna have an unfortunate watch.
got a periscope.
Sounds like he's gonna
Periscope.
put some armor on for his watch, is what it sounds like.
Just sit
He's
outside,
got his watch is the last watch, so he already does that.
constantly pecked by birds. Oh, yeah. As the morning eventually comes, one way or another, the owls flee and the other birds return. This time, at least, their number seems to be more crow than most others. And yeah, Johnny, I'm gonna have you roll a con save because you freaking slept buried. It's not exactly pleasant for you.
Flipped buried in a hole that is probably smells of dog and is covered, so it's still like real musty and
You're
stuffy
fine.
down there.
As you say, you can sleep anywhere, so.
Yeah, I can sleep anywhere. Mitchell didn't know you could put superpowers into that.
Still making you roll the save. Yep. As the morning comes, yeah, lots of crows. These ones at least don't seem to be like dive bombing you or anything. They just seem to be kind of sitting in the trees nearby and just following after you.
You guys don't fuck off. I'm gonna show you why it's called a murder of crows.
Are we certain this is swords action?
Well, we know if Johnny asked it.
What, you can't hear the sword just muttering birds, 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 birds quietly.
That's all.
No, that's what the frog's muttering.
Johnny's just muttering
It's
birds
like,
over and over again.
It's like, you know how some people play like ambient music to like help them sleep? That's Johnny's secret.
Johnny just
Mutters to himself.
continuous squawking of chickens.
No, it's the madness-inducing constant whispers right into his ear. Put him right to sleep.
It used to just be in his head, but now with the sword, it's even better.
Yeah, stereo.
As for the get out or else I'll shoot you, I mean, some are afraid and flee, but the majority stay.
Yeah.
It's kind of a similar thing. There's something
There's a few
interesting about
successes.
you. We're not leaving. So, yep. You guys keep traveling along the path. And it's today where the weather decides it doesn't feel like staying nice anymore. As about noontime, rain starts to come. Just a sprinkle for now, but with the promise of more.
That's not good.
Sorry, what's not good?
Raining.
Yeah, that's bad. That's very bad.
And as you guys are getting ready to bed down for the night, finally back kind of in more of a settled area. Not directly on a road, but you passed one like a couple miles back. It decides it feels like just downpouring as the sky seems to fall. But at least that dispels the birds for a bit, as there are no
Birds have been
owls.
dispelled.
Good news, it dispels the birds. Bad news, it also dispels the fucking trail.
Mm-hmm.
Summons the dragon.
Trust me, if it's summoned a dragon, you know. Dragons in this world are at the smallest the size of a small hill. That's the wormlings.
Ah,
The biggest one are city-sized.
I like that.
Yep. Giants are the same way. The smallest giants are literally hills.
Lost giants are as tall as the deep ocean, except they're actually double the size, so they're 60 feet.
All right, come on. Well, rein that in. We can't get too crazy around here.
I'll rein in nothing. The world must know of the giant sizes.
What giants were they? Storm giants?
I
Yeah.
believe so. Which is so far above our freaking level. Are you joking?
Why we got
We did
The
get
storm giant AC.
and me and Lumpy got double cutscened.
probably
Yeah.
18 or something, but maybe it's lower. I don't know.
Storm giant AC is if the compendium will fucking open.
I'm also having the same problem. It's just loading.
16.
Yeah, pretty low.
Not too bad.
AC
It
is
feels
pretty
really low for a
It's not that hard to.
CR13.
It's not that hard to hit them.
But I'm guessing they have freaking resistances and a million hit points. But
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just a cold, meteor, lightning, and thunder. 230 hit points.
They do have they have a swim speed, so like they could be there just like not standing, swimming.
yeah.
Just
They
laying
They
on
can
the
actually
bottom until we got
swim.
boats.
They also
Swim
might
more
be
than the ocean is deep.
like walk on water as one of their innate spells, but
Yeah. You could have
They've
said
got
they were on
fucking
the water.
50 swim speed.
Instead they're
Deep ocean's
waiting
30
for it,
feet
like,
deep. They can get to the bottom of the Mariana Trench in seconds.
Wait, guys, I think they're trying to help. Oh, okay. Well, listen, we won't attack them. Yeah, well, the NPC's gonna just
NPC
throw a
attack.
spear at them. Okay. Why?
now
NPC
this
be
teach you a
dumb.
lesson not to attack things right away. It's like what?
What lesson do we need? Your NPCs are needing lessons.
Here's how we edit this into something sensible. They do have at will the ability to cast levitate.
Ah, so they were levitating their feet to be sort of
Half
not at
water.
the surface,
For some reason.
but near it. I do like the mental image, like Jake mentioned, of them like curled up in a ball in the bottom of the ocean,
Just waiting. Oh,
waiting.
boat coming. Let's stand up.
How did we even determine that they were helping?
I don't know.
Kyron did something.
Yeah, Kyron was like their.
Kyron made an
controlling
Arcana
weather.
check and saw that they were doing some magic to make the storm be weaker. And he shouted to the crew and said, "Guys, they're trying to help us." And Dylan went, "Yeah, but there's one guy. He throws a spear. He doesn't roll. He hits, and the giants go away." We're like, "What?"
One crewman's spear. Terrifying.
I think
tried
it was
to use
more
an ability one
meant to be like,
time
"Oh
to
wow,
frighten-
they're being ungrateful, so we're not gonna help."
I tried to use an ability one time to frighten an NPC, and Dylan just went, "Nah, this guy's too cool for that to work." And I was like, "Oh, sick."
I mean, I do that once in a while, but that's because the NPCs make sense, such as owlbears who don't give a damn.
Well, not owl bears, but like these weird, magically corrupted owl bears.
Well, yeah, that. But I mean, normal owlbears are described as, we don't really care and we'll fight to the goddamn death because we hate everything.
Mitchell, the fact that I couldn't make that weird eye monster afraid is kind of bullshit. Honestly, the fact that you didn't have to roll a save, we would probably make anyway. So really, I think that we should restart this campaign from scratch, and maybe you be a little bit more fair, okay?
Yeah, let's try this again,
little
Mitchell, okay? But do it right this time.
Once more with feeling.
To my initial levitate thing, which you can only lift a target up to 500 pounds.
Maybe they were skinny.
Not lift itself.
No, they can't.
They had hollow bones the whole time.
Maybe they didn't have legs, and they were using water walking. They were just like stumps on the
They
surface.
don't have water walking.
They're sliding along the surface of the ocean.
Yeah, like
Does con-
pucks.
Does
you know,
control
hockey
water let
pucks.
you water walk?
No. As far as I know, anyway.
No.
I'd probably give them that then, because it makes sense for them. But regardless. Night, it's raining. Yay. No birds.
I just feel defeated. Track this motherfucker for like 6 days.
I mean, we're just like screwed now, right?
Well, no, because I believe Hildir said that we had two
Hildir?
options. We would
Sorry,
track
who?
this thing on
No,
foot.
Johnny,
foot.
run that back. Who?
Campaign just to reappear in another.
Johnny, run that back. Who said that?
Hildir, the guy with the snake, sent us on
That's
the
not.
quest.
That's not Hildir. Hildir is someone you killed in another universe. You're thinking of Halvan.
Not to be
Ah.
confused with Talvan, who is a different man in that same other universe. Crossover episode.
If I recall, we had two options: to try and track this thing's tracks, or to locate it with magic. And we decided, well, the tracks were still here. We would give that a try, and then if it didn't work, we would return and use magic.
Hmm.
Maybe I misremembered.
I'm gonna set my tent and go to sleep.
Yeah, I don't know. I do know we're kind of boned.
Well, listen, it's literally just been in a straight line this whole time. Why don't we just keep going?
Well,
It has
turned.
one.
It turned like pretty recently, actually.
Wait,
When we
really?
went off road.
Yes,
Johnny, why do you
it
think
has
we're
not been a
mostly
straight
off-
line the whole time, Johnny.
road
Please.
The
The road
creature kept
turned.
moving in a straight line.
I thought the creature
Oh.
turned at one point.
No, the road. No.
Oh, okay, I thought you said the
No, I
path
realized
veered
I was
off.
misspeaking, but no, the road returned. The creature has not. It has kept on its path.
Well, yeah, I mean.
Fuck it,
straight
forward
line.
then.
Here's hoping. Maybe we'll end up at like some big lair that says, "Hey, I'm an eye monster and I live here."
I mean, you've already found one of those.
This is true. And a second eye monster moved in before we left.
It's
It was
just
quite
eye
the-
monsters all over the oops, all eye monsters.
I know it's quite the spectacle. Yeah.
That wasn't funny.
Baden.
That was Theo.
Oh, I wasn't looking. I just assumed it was Baden.
I thought it was Payton too. I had to check.
Wait, who was assassinated? I zoned out.
Who?
The one time the assassination would have worked and you assassinated someone else.
Oh my god. He ducked to pick up a coin and I killed the man behind him.
It's Theo, apparently.
So, night passes, lots of rain. It does not let up in the morning.
Hmm. Hey horses, can you hear my sword?
Can you hear my sword? Are you asking
Who'd
just
you ask
three horses in general, or are you just asking yours?
Well, I figured I'd ask the horses because it's always birds, but like,
You understand the horses, or is that what you're trying to test?
yeah, that's what I'm trying to test.
Rage ignores you. Your horse just kind of like. Which one did you have? I'm trying to remember.
He had the star one.
Yeah.
Uh,
That's one I was originally gonna take, and then I realized that Johnny, who was left with rage, did not have any horse riding experience, and I wanted him to not have a broken leg.
Falcor at least like pays attention to you, but of course doesn't talk or anything as the horses do. Starman like leans forward and like tries to nuzzle you, looking for treats.
It has always been birds.
Tater just looks
Well.
dejected.
It's true, I haven't spoken at all to my sword since the stakes were made more clear. Perhaps that'll have put things in perspective. Sword, you're up to speed, right?
There are no birds nearby. The sword cannot talk to you.
You decide not to talk to the fucking sword until all opportunities had been exhausted.
I will paint a bird.
That's not how that works.
I mean, it's not gonna rain forever. Just when birds show back up, just talk to them.
Well, sword, I want to make clear that I'm willing to speak with you. So, Next time you see a bird, just hop on over and we will flesh it out.
And that's when a hawk flies in from the side and fucking spears you through the eye slit.
I think you're very hopeful about Johnny's eye slits and the length of a falcon's beak.
Yes,
No, it's holding a knife.
I am, because it would be funny.
I mean, yeah, if it was holding a knife for some reason. Luckily for you, birds don't normally do that.
Yeah, well, birds also don't normally follow people around for multiple days.
Or
Yeah.
talk to them.
Or live in magical universes.
Yeah, why would a bird do that?
What if you gave a freaking animal companion like a dagger, just strapped it to their talons, told them to fly at enemies?
Give an animal companion the fucking explosion potion and tell them to run at the enemy. Fly at the enemy.
I remember.
I'm
You guys
intrigued
know
how
about
big-
the item, the flying broomstick?
No, what is it?
It's exactly what the name sounds like. It's a broomstick
yeah.
that flies. We had what was he? A bard, I believe, or a rogue, something like that for our group. And so he got the flying broomstick. So his tactic in combat for a time was strap, I believe, a dagger to the front of the broomstick and then fly into the enemy with it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember it being really all that effective, but it was certainly entertaining.
See, what you do is you strap like 4 lances to the front, and you just fucking speed demon.
Oh, that's what they should have done in jousting times. Is just strap lances to the horse, and then just
Yeah.
have the horse ram their horse. It's so smart.
But, so, what is the plan for today? Seeing as the rain has, continued to do its job.
Well, there's
Not
no
much-
tracks, but it was a straight line, so keep going on that straight line.
All right. Can you go ahead and roll me survival?
Sure. I'm looking for a fatty nat 1 here. Not great.
Not great, but you pick the direction that you're pretty sure was the line, and keep going. So, yeah, rain continues throughout the day, and at about 3-ish, you guys come within sight of a town.
Well, that's something.
It's still a few hours travel off, as a reminder. You guys are on the plains, so you can see settlements from a lot longer away,
Yeah,
a
it's
lot
easy to
further
see
away.
so high up here.
So it's going to take you guys like until after dark if you want to reach it today. But it's there. And it does seem to be in the line that you think is where you're going.
That's
Well,
good.
Which up to this point has not gone really near many other settlements. Homestead, sure, but not a real town.
Maybe it's just like a hole plowed through it.
Yes, the thing that can teleport would leave a giant hole as it just plows
Well, it's
through
like
the
it's left
streets.
tracks.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just like meow. Maybe it
Yeah,
doesn't
but it's not the
teleport.
freaking juggernaut.
Maybe it just goes really fast.
Listen,
I'm the watcher,
anything that goes fast enough will go through anything else.
the perceiver of all things. Gas, gas, gas.
So, are you guys making for the town? Or are you just going to kind of follow until the sun goes down and then go keep following it to tomorrow?
I'm gonna keep trying to follow the straight line.
I'm following the straight line.
Well, it's more, yeah, it's more the straight line leads to the town. So, are you guys making for the town tonight or not? Is the question, basically.
Yeah, fuck it. Might as well.
The town cometh. I mean, yeah, if it's directly along the straight line, then there's no reason for us not to stop there.
Yeah.
Mhm. So, yep. It does have a short wall. It's actually surprisingly a stone wall for at least what the town looks like. It doesn't look all that big. It's not like a city. Most of the buildings are not even visible over the wall. But reaching upon the gate, you do see a couple of guardsmen. They're dressed up in iron armor, but it's actual like full armor.
Ho there, guardsman. It's me, Johnny Vanguard.
Why are you saying that like
Somebody get the ballista.
recognize you?
One of the
I'm
guards.
never gonna have to fire on that man.
Yeah, he has a slight bit of like tasseling on his helmet, which kind of looks you over. Oh,
And we're back.
We're travelers. Can we please enter the city?
travelers with what business?
We're just gonna travel through the city. We're trying to track something.
So just staying the night, or
Just the night.
well, suppose we can give the business to some of the taverns. All right, boys, open the gate. You hear grunts
You
from the
guys
other
on
side.
the outside open the gate.
They just push it open.
All right, boys, open the gate.
and then just
Nothing happens. It's like, no, you guys are supposed to open the gate out there. It opens outside. It's a really shitty gate.
it just opens inward with like a doorknob. Mm.
The gate gets pulled open by a small group of dregs, and you guys are inside.
All right. Well, find a tavern.
I mean, the closest one is like basically on the street the gate is. It's right there.
Perfect.
If that works for you.
Be like taverns.
Yeah.
We sure do.
It has a picture on the sign that looks like a deer plus kind of like a pine tree. And upon stepping inside, it seems that it's pretty obvious as one of the barkeep basically greets you guys with a welcome to the Stag and Pine.
Good to be here. It's me, Johnny Vanguard.
How much is a room?
The rooms here are surprisingly expensive at 5 silver per night. And they're just single person rooms. They don't have multiple person rooms on sale.
Is this like a well-known Arathian city for Arathians?
I mean, it's a larger settlement and is old. So probably you've at least heard of it.
What's it called?
It is called. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure it's not a dumb name because my freaking brain went and spit one out, and I'm just like, no. Yeah. Called Thur Iron.
They're iron.
Mm-hmm. There, I'll give you the spelling. And it is well known because it's actually where the primary forges for basically the whole northwestern region, or northeastern regions for Arathia is. It is one of the settlements that weathered since the ages of the Goblin Wars all those years ago. So it's lasted more than 300 years now. You would know this because it's basically part of Arathian history. Thur-Iron is one of the more important settlements. But, yep. The innkeeper is, like most of the people of Arathia, a human. He looks surprisingly old to still be running a tavern. Like, his hair is graying everywhere. There's little tiny patches that are kind of white and black on his mustache, and his hair is a little bit still. It's starting to whiten at this point. But he gives you guys a at least measured smile. Rooms and what else for the night? Food.
I mean, how much is
Stabling.
food?
Food depends on how much you're willing to pay for it. As it seems, drinks are actually the cheaper of the two things. Drinks only go for like 3 copper for the cheapest, and they go up to about a silver for like actual wine. For food, they start at half a silver and then move up to a silver and a half for the most expensive stuff. And half a silver is like basically gruel.
Mm-hmm. I'll just buy like 3 gold worth of food.
That's quite a bit.
Yep.
How much is it for stabling horses?
Well, they don't have their own stable. They work with one of the kind of nearby taverns to also do it. So you'll have to go down the street a little bit. They have someone that can show you the way if you need help, but it's not.
I'll go deal with that then.
Yeah. The other tavern is known as the. Hold on. No, I'm not keeping that. It's known as the Wobbly Goblin.
Holy God.
Any greenskins around? Any
No.
goblins in 5 miles?
Within 5 miles, yes, but none that seem to be in the settlement itself.
Okay, that's fine.
Good.
Dodged a bullet there. We're gonna have to
Johnny's-
kill some goblins in the middle of this
Johnny's
fine city.
Johnny's a fluent racist.
Yeah, I'll go in to deal with stabling.
Yeah, I mean it's like one street further in, so.
Yeah.
It's run by a wood elf who is more than happy to take the horses off your hands for a pretty cheap price at just a single silver a horse.
Damn.
And that includes both stabling for the night and feed, along with cleaning.
All right.
Hey, they make good profits since they're not just their own.
True. Yep. I'll hand over the horses. Warn about rage.
Yep. They assure you it'll be fine. They've dealt with angry horses before. You look at Rage.
I'm just waiting for one of the times when someone says that, and there's just a single snap and scream as I'm leaving. I just.
This is that time.
Oh fuck.
As when you hand off the reins to it's not a young stable boy. It's more kind of not middle-aged, I guess, but a man that hasn't quite made it to an exciting career in anything.
Mm-hmm.
He's like 20s. And yeah, he listens to you, obviously not quite paying attention, and stepping out of the stables rewards you with the crack and scream of the man getting in conflict with Rage, who, at least to your ears, seems like he whinnies with happiness.
Take a deep breath, spin on my heel, walk back inside.
Yep. You find the man laying with his arms snapped in two.
Whinnies with happiness.
Rage seems to just kind of look over in your direction and then look at the man lying on the floor and seems to just tap him with one of its front hooves.
Yeah, all right, I get it.
I did
Christ.
that one.
Yep. After a little bit more discussion with the innkeeper, Rage's price goes up slightly.
Yeah.
But they do bring out some more experienced stable keepers.
Let me just throw in.
Yeah.
Let me just throw in 3 more silver.
Yep.
It's not
Just
lost
thinking
to me
something
that you're stabling like all of our horses. So when you
No,
get
I am.
back, Johnny would offer to also pay
I
and
don't care.
reimburse you.
I will also use a poultice because I would have tried to make sure that he was okay before going out to get any more help.
Yeah, I mean he's stabilized, but freaking heck, that arm is
Yeah.
not healed. That's going to require a little bit more. So, yep.
And I'm going to say before I leave to the horse, if they ever fucking do something like that to me, I will personally turn them into glue.
Yep. The horse nods. It seems to understand.
We've got an agreement.
So, yep, you return to the Stag and Pine.
Well, I will inform the party that we've had our first horse-based casualty.
Casualty.
Yeah. Someone didn't quite pay attention when I told them that Rage is the friendly horse. I have a feeling they'll never use their arm quite right again.
I see. Well,
Rage is the friendly horse.
No, I said
I
Rage
know
isn't.
that's not what you said, but
Yeah.
freaking heck, would that be such the freaking misnomer?
it's like the Iceland.
They're pretty
Greenland
good.
thing.
Yeah.
Freaking heck, I should remember that for when I introduce the next horse.
Rage is the friendly horse.
We've got this horse, murder kill.
He's so
They're such
sweet.
a sweetie.
Murder killed the benevolent.
The benevolent horse.
He loves everyone. Oh, and they're sweetie. It murders everything.
We just
Like,
got this great new not a horse, but it's horse adjacent. It's this Pegasus. They're named Kill Death, but they're the sweetest one you'll ever meet, I swear.
Yep.
I'll also buy some food.
Mm-hmm.
That's been 4 copper. Not 4 copper, 4 silver.
The Stag and Pine is fairly, I mean, it's pricey, definitely for a tavern of its kind of quality, but I mean, the food's at least not trash. It's fine. And the alcohol is good. Like, surprisingly good for tavern food.
They have
Oh,
good
yeah.
wine.
Yep, they do. Which is kind of surprising based on where you are, because Arathia is not known for its wine.
How much
You
is a
know,
good bottle of
Or
wine?
grapes or anything, so.
How much
How
is
much
a good bottle of wine?
A cup is about a silver, so the full bottle around a gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't really have good or bad. It is just wine. There's one option on the menu.
All right.
Yep.
I guess I will buy a bottle of wine.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You buy it. One of the servers kind of brings it out to you, and the wine is pleasant. It's actually kind of sweet, slightly, but is while sweet, surprisingly concentrated.
Mm.
Label on the front. Well, label. Well, I guess it is. It's a label. Someone stuck a piece of parchment there and wrote stuff down. Is apparently this is something known as sanguine wine, made in the country of the same, well, the same people.
So here's the thing. There's like a 0% chance I would have read the label before drinking. So at what point would I recognize that this is heavily alcoholic?
Seeing as they don't really mark what the alcoholic content is until you start drinking,
Good.
you don't notice until you're about halfway through the first cup, and at that point, you're rolling a con save.
Mm-hmm. That's all right.
Yeah, I mean it's strong, but your constitution is strong. It's not bad. You feel your head start to get a little swimmy, but you're still on your feet.
All right. I'm going to attempt to get my way through this entire bottle of wine.
All right, go ahead and I guess roll another. I guess just for the sake of sanity, because while you get about 10 to 11 cups out, 10 to 11, freaking hell no.
Big
We'll
ass
take
bottle
three.
or really small cups.
Yeah. Go ahead and do 3 total, so we'll do 2 more.
Oh.
It does get harder, by the way, as you go.
Oh, crash and burn at the end.
Yeah. All right. So at that point, you are how freaking drunk. Yeah. So you had a pleasant buzz. Then your eyes stopped working quite so well.
Mm.
And for the third one, actually, no, what is wines? How hard does it freaking hit you per?
Wine is pretty strong, from what
Yeah.
I understand.
So
Especially if it's like
by the
mulled
time-
wine or something.
by the time you down that last bit of the bottle, your coordination, words, and balance have started to fail you.
Mm.
I am this is actually based on they have a drunkenness scale for one of the books I have, so I'm just borrowing it.
Oh, nice.
It's level 1 through 10. You are currently at 5.
Only halfway, eh?
Yeah. It actually takes pretty hard to get. Like you have to try and become unconscious.
I do still have 3 gold.
Oh yeah,
Am
cool.
I-
Just watching this?
Am I smart enough to recognize how terrible of an idea this is? Yeah, I probably am. So after the bottle of wine, I will just stumble upstairs and go to sleep.
You find your room after a couple of tries. Wow. What about the rest of you? Are you all kind of following up Gouvet upstairs?
I mean, I'll be making
Yeah.
sure Gouvet ends up in her
Mhm.
room
Mm-hmm.
before I go into mine.
Yeah.
I just fall asleep in the fucking hallway.
Yeah, thankfully your room is like fairly early, so like you check one, like try and insert the key, and it just rejects your key. But after that, you're able to find your room.
It was a gold a day, right?
5 silver. I
silver.
thought.
5 silver. Yeah. So that's why the keys are individual. And yeah, you guys head to sleep. I'm guessing no one else is attempting to get drunk.
No.
Good to see.
Just
Well-
having lost the fucking trail feels bad.
Yeah. So, yeah. You guys wake up in the morning, and yeah, you wake up feeling well, still a little bit hungover. Huge headache, etc. This morning's
How
gonna
bad
be real
is it?
fun.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hangover not too bad. Could be
Mm.
far worse.
So you just have the headache.
Yep.
Because otherwise you'd have the headache and the poison condition, which is
Oh fucking Christ.
so yeah. By the way, you do sleep the whole night, like the full
Yep.
8 hours.
That's fine.
Yeah. It's very hard to concentrate when you're that drunk. But yep.
Actually, it was a full 8 hours.
Yeah. So you guys get up in the morning and find the tavern pretty quiet.
Ooh, I'm fatigued.
Fun.
How are you feeling? You had
Bad.
well, that's not that surprising. The one time I ever got drunk, I woke up in the sewer with a fish hook and a frog.
It wasn't the drinks, actually. That was just a headache. I just couldn't sleep very well.
Oh.
I mean,
Sorry
you
to hear
still
that.
have a headache. It's gonna last the
Yeah.
morning, basically. So, stepping outside the tavern after breakfast, I would assume,
Mhm.
which is, yeah, the breakfast here. You do at least have an option. They do have eggs and whatnot, but you do just have gruel as an option. The gruel is just 2 copper. No one's gonna pay for frickin' unspiced gruel for much, but the eggs are a little more pricey.
Yeah, I mean, I'll get the eggs. How much are they?
For basically like just eggs, it's 5 copper with basically more eggs and bacon and the like. It goes up all the way to about 2 silver.
Oh,
And
Yeah,
that's
I already
for,
decided to spend 2 silver. Good.
so that's
Yeah.
like 2 full plates of eggs plus sausages plus bacon. Like they treat you right if you pay the whole thing.
Yeah, I'll get the
Paying
two
the whole
silver.
thing.
They actually do have
Paid
this
for
city in
something.
particular is big enough, and this place is actually kind of a nicer tavern. For a silver more, they have special juice from across the sea.
Yup. I don't know what the hell special juice from across the sea is, but we're getting it.
So, are you the only one ordering it? Oh yeah, go as other people jumping in on to try this weird special juice.
How much is the special juice?
An extra silver for whatever you pay.
Yeah, fuck it. I already got the rest of the breakfast. I'm
Yeah.
hungover. Might as well fucking get some special juice.
What about Mo and Johnny?
I think I'll pass on the special juice. It
Yeah,
depends
no.
on which sea is it across.
They don't mention. They just say it's special juice from across the sea.
Yeah, I'm fine passing.
All right.
Special
So-
juice from the colony. It's citrus. Johnny fucking dies.
It actually is. It's orange
Oh.
juice they bring out. So for Goofy, you're like, what the hell, man? This is orange juice.
Oh my god, I just dodged a bullet without even realizing.
Yeah. I get special juice. I drink. I get orange juice and go, where's the special juice?
This is just OJ.
Yep. But Oyeko, you've at least, well, you've had oranges before at this point, but I mean, in juice form, it's kind of neat.
This is nice. I like this.
It's a little tangy, a little sweet. But stepping out into the city, apparently the weather has passed, and it is actually one of the few sunny days. If the weather is just making a freaking violent joke on you. And the city itself is bustling. People taking the opportunity to be outside.
Oh, actually, wait a minute. I slept twice, so I'm actually not exhausted. I'm dumb. Oh, I slept once, but exhausted because it was the first one.
Should we ask around if anyone's seen anything strange here?
Fucking. I guess. I was just playing, just shooting straight.
Well, I mean, theoretically, it could have stopped here, right?
Is this true?
I mean, following its pattern, it had to have passed through the city, and it probably would have been spotted.
I mean, the local guards probably heard about it, right? We can go talk to them.
You go talk to them. Hold on. Hey, Frog, are any of your relatives here? Can you tell? I don't know if that's something you can do.
Oh, what? So all demons fucking have to know each other?
They always refer to themselves as relatives.
Oh, yeah, kind of racist.
Cousins left in the rain.
Cousins left in the rain. So there's none here?
It just looks at you.
Alright.
Says nothing more.
I'm going to incidentally see if he means they left in the rain or like there's cousins that are left like in the puddles that the rain left. So I'm gonna look for some large puddles, I suppose, and see.
I mean,
And
there are definitely still puddles around. It's been raining since yesterday, so even with the sun coming out this morning, there are definitely puddles. There are, in fact, children running through said puddles. The street's like cobblestone, so there's large areas where the rainwater is kind of gathered. This place doesn't exactly have a sewer, so. And I mean, you do see something moving through the puddles that is not children. They don't really look like frogs.
well, without like, I mean, do I see one of these that isn't being like currently played in by children?
I mean, yeah, there's only so many children. You can find one of the larger puddles kind of away from children.
Yeah, I'll try to
There
see.
are some of the same creatures that are in
I'll
it.
try to see what they
Now
are.
there's not. Yeah, now there's not children like jumping around and causing such a ruckus, which the creatures didn't seem to care much about it. They just kind of kept moving around in the water. They seem to be made of water. Like they can move themselves out of it, but they seem to be kind of droplet shaped, but about the size of your thumb.
Are these your cousins?
Frog just kind of looks at them. Yeah.
I guess I'll sort of lean down or just get close.
Hi.
They seem to either move kind of dipping in and out of the water like a kind of like a fish jumping up to grab like insects and whatnot, or just kind of skating along the top like water bugs. They do have limbs. It's kind of hard to see them because they're mostly just water based, but they do have these kind of small black kind of insectoid limbs that they use to skate on top of the water or push themselves around. And talking to them results in most of them nearby the edge just kind of skittering away from you to the other side of the small puddle. There are a surprising number of them after you say something and notice them all like jet away.
Jeez.
Like
Do you guys have
it's a good
like
30 of them in this tiny little puddle.
do you have like a mother nearby or something?
A couple of the braver ones just kind of drift in your direction. And you hear a chorus of a dozen or so tiny voices that just say, "No."
That's horrible. Are you guys gonna be okay on your own?
We'll leave. And as they say that, they do seem to start vanishing.
Alright, man. Frog, your cousins are weird.
It nods. They seem to be turning into like mist and then just kind of moving away from the puddle up into the sky to move somewhere else.
I was hoping I'd find something that would know about it, cause
Need old.
What do you say?
You need old.
yeah, that's why I asked if they had a mother or anything.
Mother's gone.
I thought you meant your mother's gone. Do you just mean like all the mothers in general?
No. My mother. But there's also. Gone with the storm.
It's kind of sad.
just doesn't comment. So, what
Yeah,
about
I
the rest of you guys? Oh, Oyeko is looking at puddle demons.
Hey, it's an important job. Someone's got to do it.
Didn't say it wasn't, but that is what you're doing. So, are you guys going to, or at least is Guve going to talk with the guards to try and figure out if someone saw
Yep.
weird freaking scaly creature?
Hi, man.
Which guards are you going to go find? Because you haven't seen any in the street near the thing other than the ones standing near the gate. And the gate is not along the path.
I was going to go to the guards at the gate and ask them if they have like a guard station that I could go talk to some people at.
Yeah. The one you're talking to, which seems to be the same one that you guys met like early last night, so he's probably been all up all night watching. Just kind of looks at you. Yeah, we got one. It's up in the center. Barris, you know.
So what was the like third to last word?
The barracks in the center.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Grebo.
I
Grebo
didn't
Jason.
understand all of it except for that one because like bears, you know. So what? What do bears have to do with this? I'll thank for his help and head to the barracks. Attempt to find it in the center.
He starts following you as you head to the barracks. Like, he follows you all the way back unless you stop him or take a different path.
I'm going to ask if he was just going the same way or if he's following me for a reason.
Shifts over me.
Okay.
So you make it back to the barracks, which is a fairly large single-story stone building. It reminds you something more of a fort than really a, like, not like the barracks you're used to. Like, it actually looks somewhat defensible. He steps inside. And as he does so, he does kind of, like, gesture for you to follow.
I'll be right back.
Sure, I'll follow.
The barracks is kind of set up as they have a large room off to kind of the right of the doorway where you enter. I guess you enter into basically a long hallway. There's 2 rooms off to the left, a big room off to the right, and then a stairway leading downward in the back. And he points to one of the smaller rooms off to the left, which is marked in kind of fairly pragmatic, just kind of normal blocky lettering, quartermaster. And then he just keeps walking down the stairs.
Nod. Thank him. And head in there.
So, stepping in, you see assumedly the quartermaster, a bald woman with just leather armor on. No sword at her waist, but it's not all that surprising as the entire room is filled with swords, axes, spears, etc. Along with
Enter the Watchers, the quartermaster here.
You're asking her if the Watcher was spotted, or?
No, I was making a joke saying that I was going to enter here, or when I entered here, the Watcher was the quartermaster the whole time. They were late for their shift.
It was me, the Watcher.
Just we can talk about this. Can this be like after work or like does this have to be here?
She turns to look at you. She's old, but still fit enough to keep doing what she's doing. So
Howdy. Me and some compatriots of mine are trying to track down a creature that we believe came through this city. Are there any reports of and I will then describe the Watcher.
I don't know about those. I've gotten reports of creatures in puddles and whatnot, but nothing eyeball shaped, head or otherwise.
Anything moving through the city exceptionally fast? Only seeing brief flashes of it, possibly?
Don't have any reports about that. But I could ask. I'm not the one that keeps up records.
If you could ask or point me to someone who I can ask, that'd be wonderful. Given that
If
we're
there
currently
She just kind of gestures a thumb over into the next door. They'd be in there. If they're not, check the big room. They're probably lazing about.
All right.
So you step out into the next room, which is in fact marked with a records. And stepping in, it is absolutely covered in parchment. I mean, it's all seemingly somewhat organized, but there is just thousands of pages of parchment in here. Like freaking waste of freaking paper.
Anyone in here?
No one answers.
Okay. I will count again just in case.
This time, at least, you do spot some of the papers ruffle on one of the desks sitting inside, and a small lizard pokes its head out from between one of the pages. Just kind of looks at you.
Howdy.
Howdy. It repeats.
Hmm? You intelligent or are you just repeating things?
Am I intelligent or am I just repeating things?
Well, it can't just be you entirely repeating things because I asked, are you, not am I?
Oh.
Gotcha, bitch.
Oh. It just kind of rolls out from under the paper. What?
Looking for someone to help me find something. Your master around here somewhere? Do you have a master?
Yes. What want?
To talk to master.
Boring. What want?
Define eyeball creature.
It does kind of cower under the paper at the mention of eyeball creature. No want. No. Bad.
You know about the eyeball creature?
Yes. Go.
You a demon, I presume?
Familiar. Yeah.
I mean, you could be demon familiar from what I understand.
I know.
Or you could just be a familiar demon.
But that's what I'm called. Familiar. Not demon.
Well, are there any records in here? I will gesture around at the piles of fucking parchment that mention the eyeball creature. Or am I going to have to go ask your master specifically? Specifically, in person.
She know.
Will you lead me to your master? Or am I going to have to do this the other way?
Just kind of rolls around on the paper. You get the distinct sense of annoyance. Fine. I show Micah. Come.
Lead on.
Hops off the desk and skitters past you.
I'll
And
follow.
goes across the hall and into the large room, where you do in fact see a sea of beds plus foot lockers. It's pretty obvious this is some sort of sleeping room for the guards. And there is most of the beds are like empty. There are select ones, guards from night shift, you'd assume, that have come back a little earlier, who are resting, or those who are resting for a night shift later.
Like the guy who came back with me.
Yeah, he's not here yet, as far as you can see, though. There is a small group of guards, about 6, that seem to be gathered around one of the footlockers and are playing some sort of dice game. And there is, in fact, a woman amongst them. She does not look much like a guard, though. Her hair is all done up. She has somewhat nice clothing. It's not quite noble clothing, but it's pretty nice.
I have a feeling I know who I'm here to talk to.
Yep. Lizard kind of skitters off in the direction of those people.
Yeah, I'll be following it.
Yep. So as you reach them, the woman goes and slams a fist down on the thing. I got you all. All the guards go and just grumble and start handing a few coins at her. She stands up, spins on her heel, and then notices you standing there and stops. Looks kind of embarrassed for a second, then looks down at her sleeve that the lizard's just kind of climbed up on.
Howdy.
Hi, what? Do you need something from the records department? She kind of shifts her clothing to try and at least appear a little more, responsible.
Just kind of like lean to look over at the rest of the guards. If you're done with your games, that is.
I think I'm done. She throws a glance at the lizard who just kind of is sitting there. Just kind of like licking on one of its eyes. All right, let's go and take a peek. She scoops up the small pile of coins that have been kind of left there for her and quickly walks out of the barracks and into, of course, her room. If I'm guessing you following right after.
Yeah.
Yep. So she walks around, sits down on the table, sits behind the desk and sets the pile of coins just kind of nearby it on one of the papers. Kind of pushing the lizard off. What do you need to see records about?
Eyeball creature come through here about a week ago.
Doesn't sound familiar, but it's very possible. We have hundreds of things that happen here and around here that we take records on.
Yay tall, sharp claws, eyeball head, very fast, teleportation.
I get it. I'll look, but it's going to take me a bit. She just kind of gestures. We do have lots of reports, and even a week's worth is that. And she points at 2 stacks that are kind of sitting on one of the other tables nearby, but it's still like 200 sheets of paper, at least.
I mean, I'm going to go start like peering at the reports.
Excuse me.
Yeah?
Can come back later. Those are reports. They are private.
All right, I'll be back in a bit. How long do you think this will take?
How long is a bit? So I know if I need to rush or not.
Well, the faster the better, because we're currently 7 days behind this thing. And it moves very fast.
I can probably get it done in 2 hours and compile some sort of report for you.
Then I'll be back in 2 hours.
She throws a glance at the lizard. So? Goddamn bastard lizard. Why couldn't you just keep well enough alone?
I would have found you eventually. And with that, I leave.
No, she looks flustered, but she does get up and get to work. So, what is the rest of you doing in this? Well, you're in Thur Iron for a time.
I mean, I'm assuming I hadn't actually caught up to everyone else yet.
No.
Once I finish with my puddle bullshit, I would be looking for the rest of the people. You know how it be.
Mm-hmm.
There's a
Well, I
whole
guess
fucking lot of silence.
Mo's are not going to do anything. Grace, it is late. We can end here. We are losing.
My brain.
Slumpy's going to need to sleep soon. If he hasn't already.
I am.
We're losing. I think he's lost.
I suppose I am technically awake.
Yeah, we can just stop here.
Oh no, it's good. We can keep going.
You're barely here.
He's literally passing out.
Lumpy, go lay down in your bed. We're done.
Okay. Oh, good night, guys.
Good night, sleep.
Good night.
Every week he makes it less time.
Oh. Well, yeah, it's fine. You guys are here. I can do other things for a bit.
I guess I'm the recording there.
Yep.
Also, I guess it's time to fucking send out a message. I'm not gonna be able to fucking run my campaign this week either because I have another goddamn exam on Monday.
Mm.
Ugh. Oh, I should probably dip as well.
Mm.
I do have some homework I need to get done. Since apparently, if it says it's due at midnight and I submit it 2 hours late, he'll take off points for it being late. What an asshole.
Oh, yeah, I have a fucking.
If you submit something late, it'll be late. Oh my goodness.
That's Mitchell, that's what I'm saying. What the fuck is that shit?
I do
Like,
have
come
a
on.
How
quiz I
astounding.
was supposed to do earlier that I think is due in like an hour. Probably do that.
The thing is,
At
this
11?
shouldn't take me that
That's
long.
weird.
I shouldn't end up submitting it late, which is good.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you got an hour, so
And these don't normally take me that long.
that's good. All right. Good night, guys.
Good
Ta-ta,
night.
thank you for this session. Had a lot of fun.
Yeah, good session as always.
Good, because I had no freaking idea what I was doing this week.
Dude, that's me every week. It's awesome.
Listen, if you know what you're doing in any given session, you're fucking doing it wrong.
I'm really excited for my next session though, because since I have more time to sort of refine the prep, I'm gonna be writing full like testimonies. It's gonna be great.
Good.
I'm gonna have a shit ton of fun.
I don't even need. This is like the most open and cut case. Sorry, open and cut,
Open and shut, yeah.
cut and dry. Open and shut or cut and dry. Those are the two I was trying to combine to one. But this is the most like cut and dry case ever.
Yeah, but since I gotta make the legal system, I can tell you, Zale, they like to hear from everybody that offers themselves up as a witness.
Good.
You guys are allowed to offer yourselves up as witnesses too, of course.
Oh, of course I'm going to. Are you kidding me?
Offer your writings.
I gotta make sure this bitch gets the death penalty.
Wouldn't that be some shit? Marina's like, well, I don't just kill people, but then in court it's like, yeah, she deserves the death penalty and then to be resurrected and killed again. Give her the old 1-2.
Mm-hmm. That character doesn't deserve death. They do deserve prison, though. I don't know. I still don't understand why some members of the party are like, no, they're like good people, though. They felt bad.
We
Come
have
on.
people that have advocated for the continued existence of admitted freaking bandits.
Yeah, it was wonderful.
Especially admitted bandits that were like, do you kill people? Nah, I just rough people up and take all their money and leave them for dead. I don't
That guy
kill
was based.
people. I just freaking basically do.
Listen, but Mitchell, here's the difference. That guy was based.
All right.
Alrighty though,
Good
guys.
night.
Good night, everyone.
Go.
Ta-ta.
And then there were 2.
And we're back.
Welcome back. Everyone else is gone.
Oh. We
It's
find
just
any-
you and me now.
We find anything new?
What do you mean by new?
Oh, everyone's gone as in D&D is over.
Yeah, D&D ended.
Uh,
When did you leave?
I don't know, maybe like you were talking to the guard and like they were talking about seeing things in the water and I went to grab some food. Made a sandwich.
So I talked to the guard, and they led me to the quartermaster.
Oh right, yeah, the quartermaster.
The
I-
quartermaster was like, "Hey, there's a lot of shit to go through. This is gonna take some time." I was like, "All right, I'll be back in 2 hours." And then it was like, "All right, so what's everyone else doing?" And Lumpy was like falling asleep, so we just kind of ended there.
Gotcha. Wise decision. Being loud. God. I think I'm gonna. I'll finish that sentence.
Yeah, I could fucking tell.